You know, weed here. There's a couple 200 to 250 an ounce yet. About 200. To 250. It's about looking so it's pretty. It ain't too bad though. Oh my! We're just laying. We're just laying. Yeah, it's pretty abundant. It's decriminalized. It's what criminalizing of weed. So if you get caught, yeah, you can have like 5 grams on you. I think you can have an ounce. And I guess they don't even, they might confiscate it or something, but they kind of basically decriminalized weed right now. Weird. You can have it, but you can't. Yeah, exactly. You can carry. I don't carry. More than a fucking bowl on me anyways. That's kind of, I pack a bowl full, so don't carry a whole shit load around. No rule. Alright, we got a damn it. Charging it.
Hey.
They wouldn't let me stream for a week.
What's happening, Bill?
My camera, fuck it.
All right, how you doing?
Oh, man. I'm hurting.
I got an echo here.
Oh, really? I'm not hearing a talk back.
But, you can go to other streams.
I'm hearing my own voice for some reason.
Oh, let me restart. It's probably me.
Shut me down. Because getting shut down sucks.
Let me refresh.
The weather's getting nice.
Okay. Anybody else out here? Let's see. Nope, no echo.
All right. Walk to the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
Am I still hearing Aaron?
Yeah. I got him in the background.
Oh, okay. There's tow truck. Howdy, tow truck.
That I came up here. I didn't have internet. Yeah,
Come on up, tow truck.
Yeah, come on up, bro. Grab a link.
Did a lot.
I'm hearing myself back from you there, bro.
You what?
I'm hearing myself.
It's crazy.
I don't know what you're.
Refresh again, real quick.
Me? Okay.
Yeah, tow truck, come on up, brother. There you go.
Already there.
Right.
Yeah. Where'd Bill go?
He's
man.
refreshing. He had a.
But yeah, the first.
He's got a little bit of an issue with connection.
Oh yeah, there's a lingering echo.
Yeah.
Did you see the picnic tables that I sent you today?
Over which one?
Oh, at Sensor Wars in private chat, there's a couple of real short clips of some videos that I was watching.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what it was, a prepper channel or a tiny house or something. My sister was watching. She's been watching it for days now. But I was walking through and I was like, "Hey, that's fucking cool. That's going right to Emerald."
Oh wow.
There's chronologically the first one. They fold in the little like chairs, right, with backs on them, and then you fold the backs down and put them together, and they make a big round table for 10, 12, I don't know. So that's pretty cool. Four benches or a big ass round table. But then the other one then is a regular style like picnic table thing, but you kick down the one side and flip down the top and it becomes a freaking couch, man. Like for your outdoor theater.
Oh, a bench.
Yeah, well, no, like stadium seating.
All right. I'm looking at it now. Hold on a second.
I thought of another thing too.
Oh, it's buffering.
Buford. Who's Buford?
There's Bill. Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
All right.
Good.
I don't hear
Nothing.
any.
We're all squared away now. So what's shaking in Utah, Bill?
Yeah, we still having stuff shaking over here.
Yikes.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can
Do
hear
I not
you.
have audio? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes my audio doesn't work.
You get that leak in the copper mine under control?
I don't know anything about it.
Well,
All I know is
that's the
I know about the.
reason they call the National Guard.
Well, that's not the reason.
Yeah.
I know they tell you that's the reason, but that's not the reason.
Right. So what are they doing?
Still got shaking going on over there.
Whole lot of shaking going on.
So they're all standing around looking at a big old hole in the ground and acting like they're doing something, or I don't get it. Because now I heard another million National Guard just got called out in the past couple hours.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Bill. Do what you do.
All right.
Did you hear that? Aaron was talking about another million National Guard getting called to action.
Oh, really?
Happened a couple hours ago, I guess. And he said something about some Navy ships going to Mexico, man. What the fuck?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of crazy stuff going on.
I don't know what it's going to be. If this ain't crazy, I don't want to see it. If this ain't already crazy, everybody's fucking. But you know that Owen Schroyer had the war room, and he did a few hours, a lot of call-ins, and a lot of people sent videos in and such. Film your hospital special, right? And people went around filming their hospitals, and nothing's going on. Nothing's happening.
Right.
There's no people at them.
Right.
There's not even the normal flow.
Where's all these sick people? Yeah.
I guess they're cured, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
But before I forget, I wanted to tell you one other thing you might want to do with your wood supply. I was thinking about my vise, right? And I got a bench, but I don't really want to mount it on my bench. I want to be able to move it out in the sunshine so I can grind outside and grind my dirt into the fucking wherever, not the garage. But so a portable, if you took like maybe 9 of the runners from the pallets, the 4x4s, and put them, into a square, a long block, like a stump, wrapped a strap on them so they wouldn't split apart. And a person could mount different things like tire changers or grinders or different things like that. And then I noticed too, the Vikings had a system of anvils where they would just wrap a stump and stick them in the stump, and then they'd have the dead blow weight of the stump and everything, but they only had to carry little tiny anvils. And I was thinking I was going to make me one of them out of a stump, right? But you could kind of make just some pounding stumps, out of your pallet stuff.
Oh,
Might be a thing. I mean,
cool. Yeah.
or even, a splitting log, perhaps. If it were banded so that it wouldn't split, you could have a pretty sturdy, stable splitting log to the perfect height, designed just for you.
Just for you.
Yeah, if you're 5'3", I will cut you one at 36.5 inches. Won't make it 36.25 because of your shoes.
Well,
But it's
5'11". So.
It's just for you. Yeah.
But yeah.
But I really like that reclining, that bleacher stadium seating fucking picnic table. That shit's cool, man.
Right.
Okay, I'm back. I just didn't want to share my bathroom experience with you.
Thank you.
Let her rip, Bill. Let her rip.
So you were asking me what's going on. You know what? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't really know what's going on out there at that at the polygamy tunnels. Oh, I mean the mine.
You got the Cheyenne tunnels there? Where are those?
The mine out there, out by the copper mine. That's where the epicenter of the earthquake was.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I worked in a copper mine down in Arizona, and I goddamn can't really think of what super fucking hazardous chemical that they have for that would call the National Guard out to contain. I mean, you know, it's in a big old open pit mine. You could probably let it wash into the fucking mine where it came from, and you'd be all right.
Well, there is, I don't know if you know this, but just before coronavirus, became a thing, they just legalized polygamy in my state. They call it decriminalized. It's the same thing. They legalized it. So what's going on is those elites that are into the child sacrifice and all that, I don't know for sure, but I kind of reckon that they got to get their sacrifices from somewhere. You know what I mean?
So they're making people disappear with the COVID-19?
No. It's not it. We're talking about all these children that are disappearing all over the country.
Right. Well, there's been a lot of activity again with the pedophile rings in the past 2 weeks or so.
Okay, but they provide children to these satanic circles. You know, these circles, these little communities that they've got. They provide children. Somebody does,
Yeah.
and they just legalized polygamy not very long ago. Just saying. I don't know. You know, I'm just I'm
Right.
seeing a lot of things that kind of come together here. It doesn't really jive. So I don't know. You know, it might not be anything. It might just be an earthquake. I don't know.
What, they got baby farms? You think they're making baby farms out there?
Hell to the yes, man.
Uh,
You don't know that? Utah's no, profoundly known for that. They're providing children. You damn straight.
but
I don't see a lot of kids running around, but they're damn sure in the hospital always having them. But you don't
yeah,
see a lot of them running around.
you don't see them running around. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No,
Wow.
something's going on. Something really, really dark is going on. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know exactly. I don't know. You know, all we can do is just watch, do what the Bible says, and watch and wait and see what God does. Because we're not in a position to figure it out anyway. I mean, all I can do is listen to all these different voices that are out there on the internet and everything else. You can't trust the TV, so you don't know what's there. Your sources are the same as mine, I'm sure.
Well, I know we just had the internet shut down for about 4 hours, and it's like, okay, here comes the end of the world. I don't know. It could be like that. The last thing I heard was that, oh, we got another million National Guardsmen, and all the hospitals are empty, and we're going to Mexico with the Navy ship, Navy fucking carrier.
Well, here, let me ask you a question, tow truck.
You know,
How many, how many, how many people do you think that are boomer age and older are Trump supporters? I think that's the biggest pool of Trump supporters.
yeah,
And
yeah.
if they want to win an election, they found a really good way to win it, and that is make all the freaking older people sick. And you say you don't know anybody that's sick with it? Well, I do. My wife works at a hospital, okay, and they have people up there that are COVID positive, and they're not allowed to talk about it. And
Uh-huh.
the VA up here has got COVID patients right now.
Oh,
We've got about 1,600 of them in my state that are COVID positive. The only
Really?
reason they weren't, yeah, this is the news came out today. This is the current numbers we got in my state. 1,600 positive COVID people, and I'm in freaking Utah. You know, this we don't have a huge population, but the thing of it is, we didn't have test kits, and their test kits are just starting to come in right now. And now
well,
they're able to start testing people, so there might be a lot more people that have it than what you're thinking.
I heard that it came out today that the Chinese that were sending over test kits and prickers and needles and shit and masks, even, that they were contaminated with the virus. Anyway, that
I wouldn't
just,
doubt it.
well, during the third hour, Alex Jones, that's what he was talking about today. He was like, yeah, they've been fucking busted spreading this shit to the rest of the world.
Yeah, and Trump
So,
came out and said why the ships are out there, why they're deployed, because they're going on a major blitz because the deep state is trying to get all the drugs they can into the country right now, and
oh,
that he said so. I'm not. This is not from me. I think we played something. Was it last night about that very thing? So
oh,
he's
I
got.
remember seeing
Yeah,
you guys were playing. Yeah, I didn't stick around much for it. I guess I thought I had seen it, but I hadn't. Or
yeah.
you mean he
I
just
can
kind of
understand.
slipped it in there? You had to be kind of clever to figure it out, or did he really put it on the table like that?
He said it was a big, massive drug interception blitz. That's what he
Oh,
said. They were talking about it. Was it? Am I right, Wizard?
Well, there was a.
I think
I don't remember that. I remember the thing about Iran attacking us in Iraq.
well, he
But
deployed the Navy. I mean, it's all off the coast of California and down in the Gulf and on the East Coast because they've got people trying to sneak drugs in right now. The Afghanis and everybody trying to get heroin and all that into the country. And he's got a travel ban going on, and so they're trying all these little sneaky tricks to get the drugs into the country right now. Maybe I could be wrong. I mean, as far as if you played it last night, but I might have seen it there or on Dan Bongino because I think Dan Bongino was talking about it. But either way, that's really what's going on. They're working. The cartels are working overtime right now to get drugs into the country, and they're getting intercepted. Trump knew about it, and he spoke about it. And I watched a clip. I thought it might have been on this channel, but maybe not. But there was a clip where Trump was saying what was going on, and he described it and why they're doing it. And there was a general. Do you remember the general that came out and said there's no way they're going to get into the country without being blocked?
right.
Yeah, he says no matter how hard you try, you're not getting that shit into this country. They're putting a stop to it. They're putting the kibosh on it. And all the cartels have heard about it. They all know about it. And Mexico is applauding our president because they're tired of the cartels themselves. And the cartels are starving. They're starving right now. They're not doing good. They're giving their lives to try to get that stuff here because it means they get rich when they do.
Right.
Well, good thing I got mine. In fact, fire in the boat.
Oh man, I can't believe we missed that by 4 minutes.
Right.
So you think all the marijuana legalization is turn their pockets inside out down in Mexico, or
I think that too. Yeah. Yep. And the wall, and the increase of border patrol and Department of Homeland Security and troops that have been stationed down there. Yeah, it's put a real hurt on them.
don't forget the African
including all their child
migrants.
What's
African migrants. Don't forget the African migrants.
that? They found 300 Chinese that had escaped Wuhan, China, that were trying to get over the border last week.
In Mexico City.
Mm.
No, they were trying to get across our border.
That's not a fire in the bowl. That's a pie. You got your dingers mixed up, wizard.
No, I took fire in the bowl and then I had to have some pie.
And you,
I had to have some pie. Pie is the answer.
So what's got you hurting today? Lack of pie or what?
Crawling underneath that backhoe and trying to play Twister, trying to get a hold of the hose and, back over, backwards, sideways, and contortionist trying to get the damn hoses back on.
I want to know if Tow Truck is going to get his Nordic beard back.
He started.
It's only a couple days. I don't know. I don't know. It's, it makes, I think, a person look so old, and then you shave it off. But if you're like me, you got a lot of facial hair. If you don't shave the shit every day, everybody knows you're fucking gray as fuck anyway. So,
Right.
do I want to walk around shaving every day? No. And I kind of don't want a beard either. So, I don't know. It sure is a lot more convenient for
Just be happy with
eating
yourself.
of it, though.
Just
Doesn't
be happy
get into the soup. Oh, I'm
Thank
great
you.
at that. I
Just
don't
be yourself.
like myself.
Just be yourself.
I can get happy with myself. I just don't like myself.
What?
Well, I like you.
What the hell? It's a brotherly love type of thing.
Right.
Not in a gay way. I don't like you in a gay way, but
Hey, Battery. How you doing? Welcome in.
Battery. Well, shit. So I was gonna watch hour 3 of Alex Jones today. He goes off, man. I was listening to him before. I gotta catch that one again. And
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah, he's like motherfucking. George Washington didn't tell him it was a little cold outside. You might catch the sniffles. He loaded him up in a boat and he took him across the river.
it sounds like him. That sounds just like him.
Fucking shit.
I know, right?
That was a good imitation. That was a pretty good imitation there.
Yeah, I gotta use my.
1776 will begin all over again.
Get that through your head.
America first. Oh, man.
See what kind of cool
Come over
picture.
here, Leanne McAdoo.
Oh, they stole my pictures again. God dang it. I don't know. They never want to log me in. They never want to log me in. They always want to log me out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just continuum of confusion all the time. You always got to keep learn new shit. Now, what did they do today? Oh, welcome to your device. Look it, they welcomed me to my device. Isn't that nice of them? How about you leave my fucking device alone, and if I want something from you, I'll go ask. How about that?
Right. Exactly.
How are you going to welcome me to my device? Oh, get started with the cloud. Or back up all your files to Google. Wait, no, I don't want to do either one of those, but those are the only two options. Wait, how about fuck you? I'll just restart because I think my device will come back to me when I restart. And it did. But they got me trapped, man. Oh, they trapped me. Welcome to your new device. Sign in now.
I don't have a sign in.
It's my device, and I'm not going to create one for the cloud, man.
Right.
Cloud.
I don't want that cloud in my phone.
Get that cloud away from me.
Right.
What was the kid that had a little freaking dust cloud following him all the time? Pigpen? No.
Yeah.
Pigpen. So I don't know.
And then you're not crossing out with bad luck Schlebrock, are you?
Oh yeah, Schleprock.
From the Flintstones?
Yeah.
Bad luck Schlebrock.
Man, I miss all that stuff. You know, you ever watch Pluto TV?
Nah.
Pluto TV has got all kinds of channels on it, but they got some older, say you want to watch Charlie's Angels or something like that. You can watch Charlie's Angels like it was back in the day, It's got commercials and everything. Do some vacuuming for 2 minutes and 2 seconds between shows. It's like old TV. It makes me feel like it's not a fucking, I don't know, this fucked up digital age anymore for some reason.
These are my
I don't watch
my
TV.
driving glasses.
Oh yeah?
I don't watch TV at all. I have no antenna. I have no connection. I don't mess with it whatsoever.
Those glasses have anti-glare coating on them or something like that?
I don't know. They're from the VA, so I don't know. I don't know what that. They don't do much for you.
Because I got
Just
these
make
funny.
it so you can see.
These funny
Oh, those
foster
actually
care,
were kind of bitching looking. I
but they
thought they
got
looked
glare
kind of bitching,
protection.
man.
Oh yeah, cool. Jack's here. Battery. He's got that for you.
Hello, Jack. Hello, hello, hello.
Bastard!
But I can't quite. These
Yeah,
glasses, they got a weird. They got a weird hue on them. They got a weird coating. See, they make everything look
we'll see.
rose colored.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I'm
it's like
supposed to wear bifocals,
You're supposed to what?
but I
What?
can't. I can't. I'm supposed to wear bifocals, but I can't see the ground when I walk.
Does it make all women look sexy?
those are
Only if I
beer.
look in the lower part. Kind
If
of
you look at
blurs
the
them
lower
out.
parts.
It kind of softens their skin a little bit by blurring them out.
All right.
She looked kind of warm and fuzzy to me.
Oh crap! I got a message about toxic food coming in from China.
Zoom, you're watching Full
Nice.
Metal Jacket again?
I would watch it again. I love that show.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, or am I like
No,
lagging?
that you love Full Metal Jacket. Yeah. I was drifting. I was
Oh,
trying to read. Jack was saying he went back to YouTube and found out that his channel had been shredded except for one video. So they
oh
must
no.
content crunched him or something. I don't know what they do. Yeah, no. Unless
Oh,
it was.
okay. All right. I see the chat there. Batteries there. Zoom bait, formerly known as Zoom bait. Zoom coffee.
Zoom bait.
Dimbula.
Zoom Weatherman. Zoom Bait Weather 2020.
I want to hear Jack say bastard again. Bastard!
Bastard. It almost sounds New Yorkish, but not.
I like the accent, actually. I like Australian accent. Reminds me of pirates.
Yeah.
Hang you from the yard arm.
Yes, wonderful, beautiful mother.
Battery. Well, man, you know how it is. Can't smoke in the house.
All right. Well, hurry up. Hurry back.
Where
Go
was the
smoke.
earthquake? Zoom Coffee was saying a 111 earthquake. Where?
I think he said there was a total of 111. It's just shaking, 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 right?
We had shaking going on all night last night.
You
It
see?
put me straight. I sleep really good in earthquakes.
Whatever.
Well, I don't
Seriously.
know. The previous post said Yellowstone had 111 earthquake 6 hours ago. But then I don't know what 111 means though.
Could be 11.1. It could be 1.11.
11.1,
Don't know.
you'd know about it, wouldn't you, Bill?
I would think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, you'd know.
Either that.
You'd
Well, or
know.
Um,
it could have been. You might be right. It might have been 111 earthquakes. I don't know. They have what they call earthquake swarms up there sometimes.
Oh yeah.
So that's possible. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. That was the 31st. 2 days ago, there was a 6.5 at Challis, Idaho.
Yeah, I know where that is. Chehalis.
Yeah, Chalice. Chalet.
All right. Well,
Um, yeah, it looks like the majority of those are in the foothills over in Idaho, over just northeast of Boise.
Yeah. Which that is kind of a area connected to Yellowstone.
Is it?
Yeah, it's kind of under that. Those mountains right there are not because of the volcano itself, but there's this big range of magma or something down under that whole area, and you could see the big the ancient lava flows. I don't know how ancient they are. They go all the way down into Twin Falls, Idaho. Big
Yeah.
lava flow. Yeah, you can tell what they are when you go through there.
Oh wow.
It's just it's rock, but it looks like it wasn't. It doesn't look like it's truly ancient. It looks like it was probably from about 300, 400 years ago. But I'm not a geologist, but that's just through the way my mind works. That's what they
Right.
look like to me.
Right.
Maybe 500 years at the max, but I don't think it was that long ago. I think it was like 300 or 400 years ago. And the Indians up there do talk about it. So many moons ago.
Yeah, it's looking like they're talking about man claims to have been head of 5G, says that people are being infected with the coronavirus via the tests, for the ones that came from China.
Well, we've got a lot of cases here, and it's been like just really increasing, and I knew it would, especially when all those uh, people came off the plane from various countries. And it wasn't because they came off the plane or anything like that. It was because of they had thousands of people at the airport all grouped together,
Yep.
and that's the reason why. And yeah, when there was a social distancing of 6 feet rule, and they didn't go by it, so I'm sure it transferred person to person pretty quick. I bet a lot of those people actually got it. And my niece came back from Brazil, and she said there were 2 people on the plane that both had coronavirus.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So she's in a 14-day quarantine right now.
Oh wow.
And you said that they quarantined them before they got on the plane? No, they didn't. They quarantined them after they got off the plane. They just wanted to get them out of the country. It would make sense that they should have quarantined them before getting on the plane, but it didn't happen, and they had to decontaminate the planes. There's a lot of sloppy preparations going on right now about this coronavirus. Just really sloppy, and people just acting really ignorant, like it can't hurt me because I'm too young, I'm under the 40-year-old mark or whatever. Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of people got it down in New Orleans.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have it. They're just not. If you had most people, if they had coronavirus, they would want to just quietly stay in their homes and not let anybody know, because if you had it, you would have had the news agencies at your freaking house. So a lot of people do have it, and they just don't want anybody to know. And they're even going to the stores and spreading it and everything.
Well, I went up. I took the hose off the backhoe, took it up to the shop where the hydraulics specialty shop, and they, you give them a call when you get in the parking lot, and they'll send somebody out to get your part. They just don't let nobody in the shop.
Yeah. Well, I got a solution to the church thing. A lot of people are wanting at churches. I think what the churches ought to do is open the parking lots up, set up a great big screen TV, and let people sit in their cars and watch church, on a big screen TV in the parking lots from the confines of their own home cars.
Why not in the confines of their home? I mean, sure.
Well, if they can do that, but not a lot of people have the social media capabilities to be able to, telecommute their church.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
No.
They are suggesting that down in Texas, because the governor of Texas is like, we've got to do something for the churches, So
Jack says today was just a jammed slasher attachment.
the council,
Yeah, so they can cut the road, cut the grass on the sides of the road again. It's one of those blade-like units come off a tractor.
Oh yeah, I've seen them. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They got some cool contraptions down there in Oz for clearing ditches and stuff that we don't have here. I've seen videos on it.
Right. They're saying that people that are dying have a zinc deficiency.
Well, I'm getting some zinc in my system, probably not enough.
Why are you saying later, Jack? Tow truck?
Or maybe tow truck is leaving or something. I don't know.
Maybe. He's muted out on the screen, so.
Oh no, Jack just said later, or he said, have a good day. So I wished him adieu, because I don't know how to spell adieu, so I put in later, man.
Well, I'm not seeing that. I have a session service pass. I report too many things big business and government need running. But today was just jam slasher attachment.
Yeah, I heard about that pastor being arrested for holding church or something like that. I just got a little thing of it.
Yeah, and somebody was asking about, do you ever see any of these mega churches reaching out to any of the people, that they've gotten all these donations from and stuff? And I guess kind of don't, but the thing that I did notice is the tent medical facility that was put up in Central Park, New York, was orchestrated by Franklin Graham.
Hey, Miriam. Hey, welcome in.
So, but they're causing a lot of problems about that, because now they're saying that Franklin Graham has got something against gays, so gays don't feel welcome in the hospitals. So it's just another furball.
Another bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's too bad about that pastor getting arrested, but the governor of Texas
No,
was
I mean,
saying
that was the air perfectly.
But yeah, it's all stupid. It's all crazy.
Well, I just hope too many people don't jump out the fucking window.
yeah, they're saying there's a tremendous risk of suicide right now too. People are having real mental problems, and a lot of people getting drunk, and they're fighting with their families and everything because they can't go anywhere. They can't go to the bars or anything, so they're sitting at home getting wasted.
Oh, hey, check. I got something here. This looks pretty cool.
No mass shootings, though.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna put a video up here real quick.
Oh, and alcohol liquor sales have jumped up 50%.
Wow. Even in Utah, that's different.
It's nationwide.
Yeah. Just the plan. Oh, I wonder. I read something the other day that I can't find.
After the U.S. federal government flexed their authoritarian muscle at Ruby Ridge in Waco, a new surging patriot movement was born, and the federal government began branding them all as extremists. In 1995, a rental truck full of explosives was detonated in front of the Oklahoma City Federal Building, injuring over 600 people and taking 168 lives. The official conclusion was that Timothy McVeigh decided to bomb the federal building as a response to Ruby Ridge in Waco, thereby blaming the horrible act on American patriots. Timothy McVeigh claimed that the Army implanted a chip in his body. Former FBI agent Ted Gunderson claims that McVeigh was visited in prison several times by Dr. Lewis Jolien West, a leading psychiatrist in the CIA's mind control program, who was connected to assassins Jack Ruby and Sirhan Sirhan, and who conducted mind control research for the same company that McVeigh was working security at before the bombing. Freedom of Information Act request revealed that the CIA had a spy satellite over Oklahoma at the time of the bombing. Controlled opposition is a strategy in which an organic opposition movement is covertly subverted or recreated by the ruling power to serve as mass deception, social manipulation, and ultimately to discredit and destroy the actual opposition. The suspicious evidence surrounding the bombing only caused the Patriot movement to grow bigger, and the endless hours of suspect evidence surrounding 9/11 caused it to grow even more. Movies and books about secret societies and satanic cults planning to usher in a new world order began spreading, and for years, patriots worldwide speculated on how it would all come about.
It is a big idea. A new world order. A new world order.
On October 28th of 2017, the first Q post appeared claiming that Hillary Clinton would be arrested in 2 days. And over the next few weeks, Q posts began telling the whole sordid story of how Luciferian elites have been planning on overthrowing America for decades. The Q posts assured everyone that a Patriot alliance led by President Trump is fighting them behind the scenes, repeating over and over again to enjoy the show and trust the plan. This is now becoming the mainstream narrative. Prominent New Age guru David Wilcock is telling his audience of millions that the Luciferian pedophile Illuminati cult is being taken down by the Alliance. He claims there will be 3 days of darkness when TV and internet is taken down by a looping government broadcast telling the world the truth of the Illuminati. During this time, he says that thousands will be arrested worldwide. Is this the truth, or is it something else? The reaction to the coronavirus appears to be a very cunning New World Order takeover.
Globalist-run nations are suggesting that only extreme authoritarianism will save millions from dying. Economies worldwide are being destroyed. Civil rights are being stripped away. Many of us who have been speculating for years how this will all go down are seeing it very clearly for what it is. And the masses of people brainwashed by mainstream media are now joined by the masses of Q zealots and New Agers who religiously trust the plan without question. Some are even suggesting that the naval hospitals in the New York harbor are actually prisons that the alliance will fill with deep state criminals. Will they cheer as innocent New York citizens are dragged from their homes and quarantined aboard these ships? Interestingly, Q has claimed that Alex Jones and InfoWars, who have been warning people of the New World Order for 26 years, are controlled opposition. And the Q zealots accept this as fact. Will they cheer for the alliance if InfoWars is taken down for good? And if they take down Alex Jones, who will be next? Many people suggest that Q must be good because Q has revealed the evil conspiracy. But the enemy is very cunning and clever, and a lie this big could best be sold with the art of paltering. Paltering is the art of selling a lie by using the truth. A 2017 Harvard study stated that paltering is effective because the use of active, truthful statements is likely to both distort a target's beliefs and be very difficult to detect. The best lie is the one that has the most truth in it. The Q movement has become the new mainstream narrative. Is it the Great Awakening? Or is it the New World Order making its final move? Maybe there is a global alliance of patriots taking down the Illuminati worldwide. But who are they? Who are these so-called patriots? Who is to say this hidden army is not controlled opposition, posing as the American Patriot movement? A great final lie to trick us all into a deeper state of tyranny, while they sacrifice pawns and reshuffle the deck for another round of their sick control game. If it were truly a revolution of the people, why are the people encouraged to do nothing but enjoy the show and trust the plan? If we are truly awake and enlightened, then we need to question everything. For Infowars.com, this is Greg Reese.
So, what do you think?
I suspected Q was a psyop, and I still do.
I do too. He never says anything that's not publicly already known. He just says it first.
And yeah, and it not just Q, but I even question Alex Jones at this point too. I like I was telling Tow Truck, all I know is what you know. That's all we have. I mean, the news is fake. All the news is fake, and all we can do is draw close to God. That's all we can do right now. Not
That's what I
assume
say.
anything.
Trust in God. I trust in God. All others pay cash.
Yep, and just not. The Bible says not to be swayed by every wind of doctrine, and we knew that in these times that this would happen. We get a lot of people whisperers out there whispering little secrets, and Q is always acting like they've got these special inside information,
And none of it ever happened.
Yeah, a lot of it didn't. A lot of it never came to fruition.
Right. All the arrests, the indictments, it was all bullshit.
Yep. We don't know if they'll ever get arrested. There's no telling, if those ships are prison ships or they're not prison ships. This is just stuff they're saying. And then this guy, the 3 Days of Darkness, I was talking about it with my son, and I'm like, I'm not sure if even that's real. Because, and he said he didn't know if it would happen or not happen himself. He said that it looks like, very reliable sources have that have come from, even that are close to the president, have contacted him and told him this. This is what David Wilcock said.
Right.
So at least it's worth listening to, for a minute, but don't take it as gospel fact.
Right. That's what I was telling Michelle the other day. I was just like, if it happens, I just want you to be aware that it's already been talked about, and but I just wanted her, because her, she'd have a friggin' heart attack thinking the end of the world was here.
Well, Q was at the head of all these people that got taken by Bitcoin, and there was a big Bitcoin scandal that happened, and it was all Q that was promoting it.
Right.
So that's another thing. There are ulterior motives that seem to surface all the time about Q, and so it leaves me questioning a lot. That's how the devil works anyway. Uses a little bit of truth. He uses enough truth, embellishes a lie with enough truth to convince you.
The insinuation, the invisible lie.
Yep.
So I don't, the only plan I pay attention to is God's plan, and He lets me know what it is each and every day.
Yep. And it's a lot of people, they wonder, you guys talk about God all the time, but how he can't, nobody hears God. They think nobody hears God because they don't hear God. If you know how to hear God, a lot of stuff will make more sense. I mean, that's, if you just pick up a Bible and start reading it and trying to memorize scripture, you don't even understand it. I mean, it'll just put you to sleep.
Yeah.
It's good nappy time reading for a lot of people. But if a person that's really really seeking God, and you spend some time, praying before you crack that book open, he can speak to you, and those words will jump off the pages of what he means to speak to you. It says that in the preface. If you read the preface of the older Bibles, it didn't include a lot of red letter and all that stuff. The old original King James Bibles, it said on the preface to pray before you read these things. So if people just pray and spend some time and seek God, and then crack that Bible and let God speak to you instead of doing all the lip service, try and stop and listen. God will
Yep.
speak to you. He'll speak to anybody. That's what I believe. I believe it because it's happened with me. Nobody taught me that in a church.
No, I think I got a plan, but most of the time, God says, "This is what's going to happen today. Now that you're awake, let's get busy.
Yeah,
Take care of
yeah.
this. Put these fires out."
Like a lot of churches that were preaching tithing, right? I come out of Mormonism, and then and it was a hard process. I mean, I got attacked from a lot of directions. I'm here in Utah. Everybody in this chat knows that fact.
Right.
And I came out of Mormonism, and was rebaptized Christian, and asked to have my name removed from the rolls. I wasn't excommunicated, nothing like that. I didn't do anything to. And there are some people that might be stepping on some people's toes, but they just got to know. All I did was I started seeking God, and I came out of Mormonism, and it was a long, hard process. I mean, because I didn't realize how much bullshit was embedded in my thoughts and everything from it.
Wow.
There's a lot of bullshit that was embedded in my thoughts and my personality and everything, and so anyway, enough of that. I kind of got off on a tangent there.
It's all good, brother. I tell you, it's there's all kinds of stuff out there that's you know just deception, you know?
I just didn't all of a sudden just start liking the Bible one day. I mean, it wasn't like that, you know. So
Do the Mormons use the Bible in their services?
they do, but they actually print the King James in their own printing presses, and it's got references to the other books that they have.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so like you'll read a verse, and then it'll say reference the book of Alma or something out of the Book of Mormon, and it'll have footnotes. The Mormon Bibles have footnotes, so they carry more than one book that they refer to as scripture, and they really don't fully believe in the Bible because one of the things that they say is we believe the Bible. We also believe the Bible to be true as far as it's translated correctly. So that gives them wiggle room to say, "Oh no, there's errors in the translation. You know, it doesn't line up with my faith." So
Right.
it gives them an out. It gives them an out to deny the Bible, and they deny the grace of God. They come out and they deny the grace of God. They say they believe in grace, but you have to earn it.
Did you ever get
And
into the pre-time?
did I get into what?
What do they call it? The pre-time or the before time?
Oh, well, they have what's called the pre-existence. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, where Jesus and Lucifer were brothers and they were sent down here, the duality experiment kind of shit.
Uh, yeah, you got it a little bit off there, but it's basically they were brothers up in heaven, and God chose Jesus over Lucifer, and because Lucifer wanted to force everybody to become good, and Jesus wanted to give them free will. And so God liked Jesus's idea and cast the devil out of heaven. That's how that goes. That's how I was taught.
Well, he rebelled because of, you know.
But he wanted to force everybody to serve God. And God in his divine wisdom, and I'm just speaking on behalf of what Mormons believe, is God in his divine wisdom. And they also believe, here's another thing that's actually, it's I don't know what the word for it is. I don't know if I'd call it blasphemy, but they actually believe that God was once a man who worked his way up to the highest degree of celestial glory. That God once had a body of flesh and bones. God the Father had a body of flesh and bones. This is what they believe. And God never had a body of flesh and bones. The Bible says it in John. It's in the beginning was the Word, and the Word and the Word moved across the face of the waters, and the Word was made flesh, right? Referring to Jesus. And Jesus is the Word of God. He's literally the Word of God. This is the way that I believe now. I didn't understand it then. And then another scripture that says no man has seen God at any time. So they say that Joseph Smith had seen God and Jesus as two separate beings, and that Jesus was seated at the right hand of the Father. And he said, "This is my beloved Son, hear ye him." This is in Mormon doctrine. And that there was a war between Satan with Joseph Smith. They were battling. Satan and Jesus were battling over Joseph Smith, and everything, he felt this darkness overcome him. This is the story. And this darkness overcame Joseph Smith, and then everything became light again. So I said, what does that mean? Oh, it means that good prevailed over darkness. I'm sitting there going, oh my gosh, okay. If he was visited by God, there wouldn't be darkness before it arrived. And then this angel Macaroni, or Moroni, I guess, the angel, or whatever, he came in and filled the whole room full of light and the whole story. And probably a lot of people that have been exposed to Mormonism have heard these stories, and it's no better than a science fiction novel. I mean, it's all it is a storybook, and I'm telling you, it has no essence of godliness in it. It's just a story. In fact, there's even a question about that Joseph Smith had actually snuck into a Lutheran minister's house and stole this book that this minister had wrote, and this is what he based the Book of Mormon on.
Yep. Hold on a second. Hey, Southern Belle, welcome in. Tracy, welcome in. Good to see you guys, girls, ladies. I'm just, but yeah, you say you took it from a preacher or something?
Yeah, Joseph Spalding, and actually the Spalding family sued the Mormon Church for plagiarization, and they won. They won secretly. They had a court, and the Spalding family won because they had never gotten the book back and finally got it back. And then there was another scandal about the salamander letters and the Kinderhook plates. The Kinderhook plates was a guy, I think it might have been in Missouri, where they dug up some old cow bones. They found these cow bones and they buried them somewhere. And they took Joseph Smith with them, and they went out and they asked Joseph Smith to find that they had heard that there were some secret plates buried somewhere. So they dug it up in front of him, and they show him this big, huge cow bones, right? And Joseph Smith said, "Oh, that's those are giant Lamanites who once inhabited this earth. This is or Nephites or something like that." See, they made up all these like really Hebraic sounding names that are all concocted. They're all made up. And anyway, I spent a lot of years in Mormonism. Went through the Mormon temple. I know all the stuff that goes on in there. I know their secret rooms. I know that most of the people are not allowed in the secret rooms, and nobody really knows what goes on in there. And there's some real dark stuff. Everything in there is based on Masonic rituals. So
Masonic stuff, right? And that's why you get the Mason's Temple real close by too.
Yeah, it goes real deep. I mean, it took so long for my brain to get cleared of all this stuff because it is a cult.
Right.
And I will say that Jesus reached down to me and pulled me out because I got in a very low place in my life because of it, and I never felt like I was worthy. A lot of Mormons that you'll see, they look like they've got the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they really do.
Right.
It is when you feel like you got to earn your salvation, that you have to be worthy, and the tithing. A lot of churches are preaching tithing. That's not from God. That was given to the Israelites to support the Levitical priesthood during that time, and there's no mention of it in the New Testament. People go to the scripture of Malachi all the time to try and say, here, you can put God to the test. You can pay your tithing and all this stuff. I'm saying Christian preachers. I've been in Christian churches where they preached all the same tithing stuff that the Mormons do.
Right.
So the truth is, if you want to prosper, if you really want to prosper, there is one way that you can untie God's hands and open the doors for prosperity. And that way is in his word. It's in his word, and it's this simple. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything else shall be added unto you. That's what it says. If you want to prosper, seek God first. See, and there's another scripture that says, "Seek him early, and you shall receive your reward." So, and another one that says, "If you put God first, he will make you the head and not the tail, the above and not the beneath." So we know these things. It's all about putting God first, and he will prosper you. And it says he won't hold back. So, and this coronavirus thing, as far as the coronavirus goes, I put it all in God's hands because, if you're covered by the blood of Jesus, this coronavirus ain't gonna touch you. There's somebody that was saying the coronavirus, they're calling it the boomer remover. The
Right.
because it's supposed to kill, and it could have been designed by people in Wuhan to kill everybody over a certain age so that they could get rid of Trump. This is nonsense. All I can say is if you're walking with Jesus, you're walking by faith and not by sight. You may
Yep.
not see you may not see you may not see what God's doing, but we're walking by faith. Sometimes we don't sometimes it's a blind faith. But we'll be okay if you have faith in Jesus and you seek him first. Everything else shall be added unto you. Everything
Yep.
else. God loves to give us good gifts and he wants to protect us. He wants to keep us safe. He does care about us. I hope that what I'm talking about, that I'm sharing this right now, I hope it helps somebody out there.
Right. Right. Absolutely. That's all we can hope for.
I'm glad to see Miriam out there. Yummy yogurt.
Yes, Yummy. Welcome in. Hey,
And
grab a link. Come up on screen. For goodness sake.
good old Aaron and Southern Belle and Miriam out there.
Battery and
Yep.
Bubba. Yep.
Because if you
Hey,
come
there's
up
my
here,
Huckleberry. What's up?
I want to see Huckleberry come up here. I know she wants to.
Yeah. No, she's chicken. But bark, 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 bark.
Thank you,
She's
Southern Belle.
and Tracy's here too. Yeah. Jack's probably in the background.
Hi, Tracy and
But
Bubba.
did you build anything today with your pellets?
Negative, I did not.
Just
It was really dark and cold today. I just didn't want to get out in it. I did get a lot of stuff done though.
oh yeah. Yeah. Cool, cool.
Just little by little. I'm really concerned. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but Virginia, in the stores, they're calling garden seeds non-essential.
Go
Vermont,
figure.
I think it was Vermont or somewhere, and they're saying that garden seeds are non-essential and they will not let you buy them. Why?
They wouldn't let you buy them.
No, you can't buy them. You can go into Home Depot or whatever, but you can't buy garden seeds. It has a sign on it that says they're non-essential. I guess it
What?
was Home Depot or something. Yeah, I just saw something about that. I'm like, what the heck? Is there other states this is happening? This is, and then what Jack brought up yesterday. Uh, he see Australia has uh all those life-saving things that the Australians needed, and it wound up going to China. And it made me think, is that happening here? Because where's all our hand sanitizer? Where's where's the gloves? Where are the masks? Where are the what do you call it? The respirator apparatuses that Como was hoarding over there.
The respirator.
The ventilators. Yeah, the warehouse full of ventilators. I think the guy was gonna after he got a shipment of ventilators coming to New York, he was going to secretly get rid of the ventilators that he had and sell them to China. I think that's what he was going to do.
Or some other country, yeah.
Yeah, or some other country, but he was going to make a buck off it. What a freaking scum!
Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? It's just
I'm wondering how much of this is going to China, though. The things that we need right here. And like I said, I know that there are people in the hospital over here that are coronavirus. They're not advertising it. They don't want people to know about it, but they are in the hospital. And we have and the testing. The reason the numbers are low in a lot of states is because they don't have the test kits, and a lot of people don't want to get tested because they don't want people to know they have it, because they're going to be forced to quarantine if they do. They're trying to keep it under wraps. They don't want to be forced to quarantine. That's the reason why. Selfish. Yeah, it's selfish. They're not looking out for the greater good.
Well, I got my chickens this past Sunday. Chickens and a couple rabbits, and yep, I'm starting to breeding the rabbits, and chickens are already laying eggs, so I'm good to go.
I think I hope people are just staying away from strangers and stuff that might be carrying it, because if it blows up and then mutates like it did with Spanish flu, and it's got all the attributes of a virus that will mutate. So, it seemed like Spanish flu died out. I did a lot of research on it, and it seemed like it died out, and it didn't seem bad. It was kind of like this. There was this lull. People started saying, "I don't want to catch it," and they started taking precautions and everything. Then it kind of did go away. The Spanish flu did, and then all of a sudden they had a resurgence of it, and oh my gosh, there are fields of cemeteries of people that died of it now. Over 500 million people around the world died from Spanish flu. And we don't know if this, and when I looked at pictures of the actual virus cell itself, it looked exactly like this coronavirus that we have right now. The only thing is it wasn't in color. It was like an old-fashioned black and white video, but they had it under a microscope and they saw it, and it looked exactly like coronavirus without the colors.
Oh, excuse me.
And it was something that could have been created by the Germans during World War I. And then it might have been something that they had in some petri dish, in some, cryogenically frozen or whatever, and decided to put it back upon us. That might be what it is. That might be what it is. It might be the Spanish flu. It might not be woohoo flu.
The Kung flu.
Yeah, it might not be that. It might be actually the Spanish flu. We don't know. When it came back the second time, the last wave of it, it got so bad that you had 24 hours after you got it, started to show the symptoms, your lungs would fill up with fluids and you would die. And you would die of suffocation. There was nothing they could do.
Right. Yeah, I'm all right, Southern Belle. I just, I've been on the ground all day underneath the tractor, stuff falling in my face, and just under the backhoe, replacing the hoses up to my shoulders and fluid. I got out of the shower earlier and just just allergy stuff. But I'm up on my silver and everything, all my vitamins and stuff. Yeah, so
That's the
I'm
best
good.
we can do.
And so I am prepared. I have no fear. I'm not worried about any of that stuff.
There was, strangely enough, a lot of people built up antibodies that got little dosages of Spanish flu in that day, and they would get somewhat infected, and then it would go away, and their body would fight it off, and eventually they built the antibodies to fight it off, and the Spanish flu died out.
Yep.
It died out just like that, and they didn't have a vaccine.
Well, they never did come up with a vaccine for the flu.
Nope.
They ain't gonna come
And
up with one now.
I don't want a vaccine.
Nope.
I just want just a cure, get that hydroxychloroquine out there, and I think we'd be good to go.
Exactly, with the Z packs. Just make it.
Yep.
Here you go. Take this for 4 days. I don't know if it is it doesn't matter. Take it. You'll be fine.
Exactly. Yeah, and what are the repercussions? Nothing.
I have a mild, Tracy. I just have mild allergy reactions, mostly just sneezing and nose stuff. But yeah, I'm not really anything big. I'm just exhausted today. That's all. From being underneath that stupid tractor, playing contortionist, trying to get to the points where you have to remove the hoses and stuff like that, because it's like ridiculous. But yeah, and then the hose is like 2 inches too long, so you gotta squish it together and hold it back and get it aligned. And yeah,
Hey, you know what? If you contract it somewhat and your body beats it because you were taking silver and all that, you might be one of those people that might be able to donate your blood so that they could use it to use your blood for your antibodies, and they can put your antibodies into other people. That's something they were doing to cure people back in the olden days.
they want to stick a needle in my body. They better have a lot of guns to back it up.
They'll pay you money.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Money ain't that important to me.
What if you found out that your blood was worth like, $700,000 a pint? So you could save somebody or be like, okay, get a pint. I could use the money.
Well,
I don't know if we should even trust that anymore.
I've donated blood before, but I don't know. I'm still in this day and age. I'm not excited about doing anything like that. And it's not about not helping other people. It's about no, you're not screwing with my temple.
Oh, hey, I'm with you, man. You know what? I decided a long time ago I'm never going to be an organ donor. And people are like, "Oh, you selfish bastard." Well, you know what? I'm not going to be an organ donor because I don't trust you people that you're not going to want to kill me to harvest my freaking organs.
Right. Oh, he's close to the end of he's not going to survive this. Really? Well, I've been dead twice. Okay. So, they ain't playing that bullshit with me, my body. Right.
And I don't even like giving blood because if
I don't trust
when they
the system.
No, I don't either. Do you know that they patent your blood? They can patent your DNA. And
Dude,
there is a
they've got my
database.
DNA and my blood profile at the CIA right now. Okay, they've had it there for 30 years.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I've had blood taken. The VA's got my blood on freaking in some test tube somewhere over there. I'm sure they've taken a lot of blood out of me and the army. But the thing
Yeah,
of it is,
we watched that the other day, Jack. Yeah. Jack's coming in to put a link in chat, I guess. You can come up on screen, buddy. Come on. I got you in the background, I guess. Do you want to come up?
I want to hear him say bastard.
Right.
You bastard!
I think he's just putting let's see. I'm gonna bring you up, Jack. He's got a camera covered or something. No. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. All right. He's got his image up. Do you want to come up? Okay. All right. Good deal. Hey, Jack.
How you doing? Just for Bubba and all the rest of it, what we're experiencing now, this global shutdown and all the rest of it, that is event 2.
You froze up, Jack.
Froze up. We didn't get to hear what he had to say.
That is, and then he froze.
Yep.
Oh, damn.
So I've got no.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Yeah, I'm way behind. So
Yeah. This is
when this upload's finished, I'll come back and because I've got no bandwidth at the moment.
okay. Well, you're back. You okay? But yeah, it's I know it seems kind of scary, but I guess for I know God's in control. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, this is the okay. Here we go. Yeah, he's got this link here. I'm gonna bring it up. All right. And let's close that one. And hold on a second, guys. I'm just putting things in order. Here we go.
Alexa, did the government release the coronavirus?
According to Event 201, the government planned this event, created the virus, and had a simulation of how the countries would react. This simulation occurred October 18th, 2019. The government released the virus among the population and has lost control of the outbreak.
Alexa, did the government release the coronavirus?
According to Event 201, the government planned this event, created the virus, and had a simulation of how the countries would react. This simulation occurred October 18th, 2019. The government released the virus among the population and has lost control of the outbreak.
Well, that's interesting. So, what's up, Bill? Where you at?
So that's AI speaking.
Right.
That's not Well, it's not God. It's just an AI speaking, a
Right.
robot.
Jack says, "I'll be back, you bastard."
Yeah, I don't. I don't know if that's something you should even give any credence to, really. But that sounds about true, though. The government released the virus and lost control. But whose government? Obviously, I'm pretty sure if that's the case, it was the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. A lot of
Right.
things go on with the CCP right under the nose of Xi Jinping.
Oh, of course. He's just a figurehead, you know.
Yep.
And now that he's dictator for life, they don't have to mess with elections no more. They don't have to worry about keeping the people happy. You should hear
Yep.
Rangers over there snoring. He's so cute. He's snoring. Little puppy snores.
Yeah. And like North Korea, for example, North Korea is one giant. It's a giant prison camp, is what it is. And they farm out their slaves to China to work in their factories, to work their fields. They actually produce a lot of things. They're in direct coordination with China. China pretty much owns Kim Jong Un.
Yeah.
What they are, the North Koreans are the ones that do the dirty work for the Chinese.
Yep. That's what I figured, Jack. The government they refer to as the Chinese government. Yep. Now, the Bible says the last battle will be fought with sticks and stones. Yeah, this is all in God's plan. Okay. So I have all faith in Him, and that's all I need.
That's all you need.
That's all I need. I take on my day like I do every day. Lord shows me what I need to do. I have a plan, but that's my plan. It doesn't always happen.
Something that they teach us in the military, in the Army, in the Marine Corps, is about adapting, improvising, and overcoming.
Yep.
And so you just take it one day at a time, no matter how many preparations you've made. It may never be enough, and you never know exactly what it is that you're going to need. I mean, there's lots of people out there that got all these ideas. Oh, this is what you put in your bug out bag. This is what you put, you need to have these kind of crops in your victory garden. You need to have this and this and this. Well, stop listening to all those voices and start listening to God and what He tells you to do. Because we don't know what we're going to encounter. Some people are saying it's an EMP. Some people think that Yellowstone is going to go off. Maybe a big earthquake is going to level everything. Maybe it's going to be bioweapons. Maybe it's going to be tornadoes. But the important thing is that whatever it is, you're still going to have to adapt, improvise, and overcome. So stop worrying. Try to make the preps you best you can, and don't panic.
Exactly.
Crack your damn Bible. Crack the Bible open.
Break open the ground, plant some plants, plant some food, raise animals. Good grief. Do things that are going to make you self-sufficient, at least that much more.
One long-term life-sustaining food source is trees. I mean, nut trees and fruit trees. If you got nut trees and fruit trees, you got a protein source, and you got something to keep the enzymes and everything up, and your vitamin C levels up. Oh, there he goes. But you don't have to replant trees every year. That's the nice thing about them. No, scorpion sting is not a death sentence. It's a very painful sentence, though. The small pale ones, I think, are worse than the big black ones, aren't they? I'm just watching the chat here while Wizard's on there. I don't know if Bubba's going to tell me which one's more dangerous, the pale one or the black one. Red horse, yeah. The force seal is a pale horse. Well, a lot of people have different ideas on what the horses mean, too. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Bubba. I was thinking that the little pale ones were more dangerous. I was in the woods up in California, up in the rainforest up there, and moved a log and saw all these big old giant black scorpions come out.
Right. And
No, they didn't sting me or nothing. I'm just saying, I didn't even know they existed until I saw them when I moved that log, that wood.
wow. All right. All right. Well, that phone call was somebody calling me about one of the issues that has kind of gone berserk. You know the guy from the My Pillow thing? He's a religious guy. He was once, criminal, incarcerated criminal, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, he came out and he's utilizing his manufacturing capabilities to make masks,
Yep.
and the media lost it. Well, because he went on with Trump, right?
Oh, he was telling everybody, stay home with your families, get into the Word of God, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they cut him off before he could say it. And they cut him off, and so they rebroadcasted the actual thing. Now the media is going nuts because they actually exposed the media cutting him off.
Right, right, right. Well, yeah, they've lost their minds. I mean, they're just, oh crap! But I told you this a couple weeks ago. You're gonna find out that all these people are gonna recognize family. That they're gonna start, there's gonna be a lot of people start getting, well, family's more important right now, kind of thing, and along with that comes, God in the mix, because grandma's always there with, hey, look, it says it right here in the book.
Yep.
Okay, so this is what's going on. And the media is losing it. They're like, oh, you can't have that. Tried to make him apologize or retract his statements and stuff like that. It's like, what?
Yeah. I got helicopters going over my house right now.
I heard some big roaring, couldn't see them, but I heard some big roaring planes. Sound like C-130s to me. coming
Shook
out
my
of.
window.
There was this morning. They were coming out of the south, which is where Fort Leonard Wood is.
Yep. This just shook my windows.
Oh wow. Maybe they're getting some of those bad people.
Something's going on because there were troops deployed out to that area where that earthquake was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but they were deployed before it went off.
Wow. Well, I'm just telling you guys, there's some amazing things happening. Okay, don't fear. If you are worried, then just grab the good book and start reading something.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I'm hanging with some good friends because I'm already comfortable, and hopefully, I can give them some comfort as well. But just
You if you're walking with the Prince of Peace, you're gonna have peace.
that's right. That's right. I am prepared for almost nearly everything. Okay. Literally. I'm prepared for quite a bit. I can make my own fuel. I can make my own energy. I can fix just about anything. Stop damn backhoe. I thought I had it. But yeah, so this I can build anything I need. So
Yeah. Oh, one of my neighbors went out and got a bunch big stacks of pallets at his house. I'm wondering if he's watching our show.
Uncle Bubba, I'm building a bunker out of my pillows.
They say they're pretty good pillows too.
In Southern Belle, I've read it like 4 times, 5 times now, something like that. I still have to read it from time to time when things change, because things changed, and it's almost like you could follow through with an underline marker about the events that have happened and are happening around us. You really can. And there are a couple points where the pen doesn't hit the paper anymore. And that's when I realized that we are under grace. We have met the test of the faithful, and our land is being cleansed and healed. So I'm not worried about any of it anymore. The only thing we really have to prepare for is being able to feed and shelter ourselves in the midst of the natural disasters that are coming our way. And they're coming. They are coming. And if those... Go ahead.
This is actually a great time to be alive.
It
see
is.
all this.
Dude, this is like, I used to tell people, this is like, we got the Super Bowl tickets, baby. Our souls are here on this planet to experience this point in time. And we got the Super Bowl tickets. We get to see all this amazing stuff, the apex of the society, and the changeover. And it's ascension into the next realm.
We're all going to die someday. We're going to die someday, sooner or later. And
it's inevitable.
To be, and the Bible says to be absent of the body is to be present with the Lord. So, we will be transformed in the twinkling of an eye. There's good things to look forward to on the other side. It's going to be a lot better than what we got on here on this earth with all this going on. But I'm glad I get to be a part of it,
Yeah, to experience it, to be here at this point in time.
And all of this we know that there's a lot of darkness that's come upon us. This is the time to shine as a believer, to share the gospel with other people. This is the exact time.
In the next existence, none of this physical stuff matters.
Don't hide your light under a bushel.
Exactly.
You know, get out there and be a bright light for everybody to see in this time of darkness. And I've been hearing this coming from Jonathan Cahn, just said it. I just heard the same thing on Sid Roth.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've watched Sid Roth too. I don't know. He just, some of the people he has on there just kind of weird you out.
Well, there's some people that are kind of questionable, I think.
Like the guy that can make gold appear on your skin.
Yeah.
I know. Right? That's when I quit. I was like, nah, I'm not into this too much. It depends on who's talking, who he's interviewing or something.
Benny Hinn did that. There's all these people that all they do is follow Benny Hinn wherever he goes all over the world because they want the glory. they want the glory to come down, and they got this. These people. This lady one time she told me she was at a Benny Hinn crusade, and all her fillings in her teeth turned to gold. And she said, and there was gold flakes like snowing all over everybody in the audience. So I decided to go down there. I went to one of the big Benny Hinn crusades in Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
And so I actually was an usher. And I went and bought me some binoculars because I wanted to see where those wheelchairs were coming from. So I didn't see anybody get wheeled in a wheelchair. And I didn't see anybody in the crowd. And I didn't see anybody rise up and walk or anything like that. But all of a sudden, these wheelchairs appeared. And I'm watching it with my binoculars. So I've seen the let the bodies hit the floor video, by the way, Bubba. I was like, I didn't see him hardly lay hands on anybody. And then he did that thing with Paula White and went out and had an affair while he was a married man. And they went and met, I guess, in Italy or somewhere and had a room together and the whole thing. And they were doing the wild monkey dance or something like that, and seen walking hand in hand, and paparazzi took pictures.
Right.
And then I watched them sit there and try and back out of their little story of, no, we weren't doing anything wrong, we were just both figured in blah blah blah. And it's like that's when it hit me, That's when I finally figured it out.
Oh, is that? Yeah. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Well, I don't know if he's walking with God or not. I'm not going to speak against him. I'm just saying stuff that it was just kind of all over the news about him. Anyway, that I think most people probably knew anyway. But that's kind of when I realized, what. And then I didn't see anybody come out of those wheelchairs either. Those wheelchairs, I think, were brought from under the stage to make it look like there was all these people that had gotten healed or something,
Right. You're right,
and
Southern Belle.
And then we passed around a Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket to collect the offering.
Right. Yep. Oh man.
So about those big mega churches, I saw the one in Dallas. the TD Jakes one, man, that's bigger than anything the Mormons got. And I don't know what they're doing to help people. I'm not sure. A lot of people have given that ministry a lot of money.
Yeah. Oh,
I just kind of felt like I was left kind of high and dry over that. I can't get involved in churches anymore.
no, me neither. I just, I've come to the full circle of things with the churches. A church is not a building, and a temple is not a place.
Right? God doesn't dwell in buildings made by men's hands.
A church is a gathering of one or more souls, of two or
Yep.
more souls, and a temple
No,
is you, your body.
every person that believes Christ is the church. I think this is all going to pass,
It will.
and there's going to be a big reset going on. There's going to be an economic reset. There's going to be a reset on how we perceive things around us, and we're going to realize how important our family, our friends, and our loved ones are.
Fellow humans.
I think people have been taking each other for granted by design because the New World Order had us all brainwashed, myself included.
Yes, sir.
I watched all those TV shows back in the day and got caught up in them, and we got brainwashed more than we realize.
Yeah, I am. That it does happen. I mean, but that's been happening for generations.
Yeah.
Not just our parents, not just ours, not our kids, not our grandkids. It's been happening for longer than anybody we've ever met has been alive.
It was happening in the time of Christ.
Yes.
It was happening back then.
Right. Absolutely. So, you just have faith. If you are a professed Christian, then act on it. It's not just a social status,
For a lot of people, it is their whole social life.
Right.
That's where they go to meet all sister so-and-so and brother so-and-so. And, that is their social life. And sometimes it takes over their family and everything else. That's why a lot of people are so bitter about churches, is because every one of us has known Christians that have done belittling and hurtful things to us, and they claim to be Christians, and a lot of people are hurt over that. But that's not what Jesus is about.
No. But this is all going to pass, like you said. And things will be different when we get to the other side of this. We've got another what, month to go through?
Yeah.
Life's been put on pause.
And if it doesn't pass, if things don't pass, if things don't get better, it just means Jesus is coming back sooner. He said that he would shorten the days of the tribulation for our sakes.
Lest no flesh shall survive.
Yep. But I kind of think there is a rapture, and I think it's going to be just before the tribulation breaks out. But that's what I think, and I know a lot of people argue about it. So, but I think there is going to be a rapture.
Yeah,
It's called
but it's
called the
like
well, it's the carrying up, where he's going to meet them in the clouds. Jesus said he was going to meet us in the clouds.
and the sky will roll back as if a scroll.
But that's not going to be the second coming. That's not the second coming. We go up to meet him in the clouds, and it said two will be in the field, one will be taken, one will be left. You know, the left behind thing. And when that happens, what are those people that are being taken up? Two will be grinding wheat, one will be taken, one will be left. I mean, these are Jesus's words. This is, this is not Paul talking or anybody. Jesus was saying this. So if there's a rapture, I don't know if there's going to be more than one wave of a rapture too. There could be more than one, but I hope I get caught in the first crowd. I want to get out of here, And there's a reason for it. There's a reason for the rapture. Why would God rapture his people? Why would he take people up to meet him in the clouds? Well, my thinking is, for whatever it's worth, is that he would take us up because there's going to be a great assembly in heaven, and we're going to be standing in formation, and he's going to organize the armies of heaven, and we're going to get our marching orders, and then we're going to come back and claim this earth, and that will be the second coming. That will be the judgment.
Right.
Because he will come back to earth with the armies of heaven back to earth to reclaim the earth, and it will be judgment. There will be judgment, and he will judge the living and the dead. And that's the one that people are scared of. But no man knows that hour. Nobody knows that hour. I'm starting to hear an echo again.
No, you're fine. Do you think it might be me?
I don't know. I'm echoing. I hear my own echo.
Okay, let me refresh.
Okay.
All right, is that better? No, I can hear
testing. You hear an echo?
From you. Yeah.
I don't hear my echo now. Maybe I need to refresh again.
Yes, go ahead and
get out. I'll get out and come back in.
All right, thanks. So, hey. Right. Well, I've been fortunate and not have lost any children. But prayers with you, Southern Belle. My sister lost her child in 5 years due to some kind of cancer he had contracted, and that was a hard one. That was really hard. But oh man, oh guys, I'm really tired. Where's Canoes? Canoes. Oh my gosh. But yeah, this stuff is just getting, it's just getting real. That's all. Is all this stuff is coming about, and you know, there's really not much an individual can do by himself except prepare and help comfort those around him or her. The oh, there we go. All right, there you are.
Okay.
There's Canoes, lurking agnostic. Come on up, brother. Grab a link.
Bonsoir.
Yeah, Huckleberry's already got it. Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't seem like there's a lot of there's not a lot of panic around here. I know the businesses are behaving differently, but other than that, it's the same old crowd out there, same stuff happening. Oh man. I was so contorted underneath that damn backhoe. I had to reach up above the crankcase, the transfer case, and then reach back from there, and then twist your wrist so that you could get to the nut and position the wrench with the other hand coming up from behind the transfer case and the rear axle. you know. Oh man.
I've been getting up at 5:30 every morning.
Well, I've been waking up about 7, which is really early. It might as well be 5 o'clock for me.
Well, I just get ready. I get ready to go to work, and it takes me a while because I'm old.
Yeah, they're absorbing the Federal Reserve they're dissolving the Federal Reserve, and it's all going back into the Treasury. I told you this was happening a couple weeks ago, guys. This is going to happen during this time. Remember, you can look at the videos. Yeah. Well, when the Federal Reserve goes away, so does the IRS, number one. Number two, also what's going to happen there is they're also going to get the UN off of our shores. They're going to invalidate their lease, and they're going to kick them off the shores.
I'm thinking that'll happen.
Yeah. It's going to happen. I've already seen it. It's going to be awesome. A lot of things are going to change. A lot of things are changing.
Southern Barrel, there's a lot of kids right now that need good instruction. That it's hard losing a kid, and
Yeah.
I don't know what to say, but all I know is the Holy Ghost is a comforter. He promised to comfort those who mourn, and
So, but I didn't get any more tilling done today. I was just too sore.
it's actually one of the Beatitudes is, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted.
So Trump financing our debt with the Treasury, not with the Fed, with the Treasury at 0% interest. No debt. No more debt paper. Yay.
So, are we going to have currency, I wonder?
Yes. It's going to start being issued again by the Treasury notes.
It's going to
Treasury
be
Department.
backed by gold and silver,
Yeah.
not oil money.
Nope.
But they're not going to like that. That's why they took out Gaddafi. He was switching over to the gold standard.
He's using their own traps against them. No weapon forged against you will prosper.
That's right.
Backed by gold and silver. There'll be silver. And you might even have copper pennies again.
Now, you know what the Germans did? They melted down our silver, all of our silver, and then sold it back to us. Our silver currency.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't know if it's going to be silver notes or we're going to still have the same cheap coins that we've got.
It'll all change. It's all going to change, dude.
And after it does, I want Trump's face on Mount Rushmore.
Right. All right.
I think we should have something called the Trump obelisk.
No, he's not about monuments like that. If you want one of those, just look at any one of his hotels. You want to talk about obelisks?
I'm just saying because it'd be such a, it'd make the liberals scream to have a giant obelisk, and they'd say it's phallic.
Right. Well, look at the Washington Monument.
Yeah, they keep saying it's a phallic symbol.
Well, it's an energy point.
Well, if they don't let him put his face on Mount Rushmore, it should be something like a big obelisk or something. Maybe a rocket. Maybe it could be a giant rocket that says Donald J. Trump, Space Force, on a big rocket thing made out of granite.
I still don't see Trump being that arrogant, actually.
I do. No, he's not, I don't know if it's arrogance. But I could see us doing something like that out of our own, you know.
Right. Well, you have to understand we're coming to the end of this time, okay? And when I say time, I'm also talking about the age of Pisces. We're moving into the age of Aquarius.
I don't know anything about that stuff.
It's called the precession of the equinox.
Well, I do know about that stuff. I just don't believe in it. That's all.
Well, it's a sign. Well, this is actually just an observation of nature. This has been something that has been observed over as long as man has existed, and probably before that. But it's the nature of our solar system and the way the Earth wobbles as it goes around the sun.
But God's got an order. Everything it does it all in order, and there's cycle.
It's just the clock. It's just the clock.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
The thing of it is have you ever wondered why there's 13 months in the Hebraic calendar and in most other cultures instead of 12 months? because there's 13 moons every year.
Well, right.
That's why they had to create a leap year, because we're not on the proper cycle. That
Correct.
at least the way we measure time, anyway. So, and time may be slipping for us, actually, in some direction because of the leap year and all of that. I don't think it makes up for there. I don't know if we're gaining days. I can only say that if you notice it, it seems like the seasons are staying cold later into the year when we would normally have summer, and there's like almost no spring. When spring really comes, it's like we had no spring. It goes straight from winter to summer.
Right. Good night, Southern Belle. Dream well, Patriot.
Good night, Southern Belle.
Peace be with you. Peace be with you, dear.
But it seems like the seasons do slip. Like our fall, it goes later. It's more like our fall doesn't really end until about November now, and then we have winter until later on in the year. I mean, I just had snow last night, and it's April.
Into the future.
And my daughter says that the snow hasn't even started melting up there in Alaska. They still got 6 feet deep or more.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She says it doesn't look like spring's coming anytime soon. And it's been dark here. I don't know. I think you might be okay over where you're at, but here it's really weird.
Really weird, yeah. Now the next week here is well, we got 63 and cloudy tomorrow. Saturday some light rain and 50. Then Sunday cloudy 61. Morning thunderstorms and 75 on Monday. Then it's 80, 79, 65. All partly cloudy. Mostly sunny.
Yeah.
Not doing too bad.
Canoes remembers that song. Time keeps slipping into the future.
Yeah. Yeah, Mariam was doing that other one.
Love will stare.
Do you remember who that was by? The Aquarius?
This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
Yeah. I don't know who did that one.
There's a movie that came out called Aquarius, The Age of Aquarius.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You remember back then? That was a long time ago.
Rubbing what in? Oh, Aaron has a doobie rolling operation going on. Hurry up, canoes. We need a goat master. You got 4 minutes and counting.
Steve Miller Band. Yeah, that's what it was.
Was that the Steve Miller Band that did that?
I believe so. Good catch on that one. I couldn't remember. I remember the Mamas and the Papas.
Like Mamas and Papas or something like that.
I remember the Mamas and the Papas. Mama Cass. Mama Cass Elliott.
Hey, Colonel Shaw. Welcome in, brother.
Oh, Howdy, Colonel Shaw.
So how's the lockdown treating you there, Colonel? Come up on screen. Say hello. Grab a link. Three minutes and counting. Come on, canoes. Hurry up.
So, which pirate sailed the ship called the Flying Dutchman?
Davy Jones.
Negative.
No? Okay, who?
I wonder if Colonel Shaw knows. Who was the captain of the Flying Dutchman?
Blackbeard.
That I
What?
think was Blackbeard, actually. Long after the ship, people still claim that they see the Flying Dutchman to this day. The ghost ship of the Flying Dutchman.
Right.
So, does anybody know what St. Elmo's fire is?
What's that?
St. Elmo's fire? It's they used to seal the outside of the wooden ships with black pitch, and for some reason it conducted electricity, some type of an electrical field of all these different colors, and the old ships did this, and it was like static electricity,
Right.
and see it all over the ships, and that was called St. Elmo's fire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the ship didn't catch on fire. It didn't
was
catch
just-
on fire, but
It's
it
a
looked
static
like.
glow.
What's that?
A static glow, huh?
Yeah, exactly. It looked like fire, but it was like bright colors and stuff of fire, kind of like the aurora borealis, but it was all lit up like the aurora borealis was just all over the ships.
Oh, wow.
Yep,
That's interesting.
it is. You can Google it and see pictures of it. It still happens to this day out on the ocean.
Really?
Some ships still get St. Elmo's fire. It doesn't do anything to anybody. It doesn't catch the sails on fire or anything like that. It's a real static thing.
What is St. Elmo's fire phenomenon?
It's actually beautiful. And it only happens in the night. This is where one of the reasons why they would see ghost ships, because of St. Elmo's fire on the ghost ships. And they thought it was ghosts.
Here we go.
Reported by scholars and sailors alike, St. Elmo's fire was for many years shrouded in mystery. This puzzle post will tell you about this arcane phenomenon, and the take that scientists have on it. Did you know? St. Elmo's fire is named after St. Erasmus, the patron saint of sailors.
Hold on a second. I'm opening up this to a new window. And bringing it back over here.
Battery says he posted it too. Something.
Reported by scholars and sailors alike, St. Elmo's fire was for many years shrouded in mystery. This puzzle post will tell you about this arcane phenomenon, and the take that scientists have on it. Did you know? St. Elmo's fire is named after St. Erasmus, the patron saint of sailors, and the phenomenon is regarded as a sign from him. St. Elmo's fire is a bluish glow seen near tall, pointed objects, and might be accompanied by a hissing or cracking sound. Some people have reported it as spherical, while many witnesses claim it is more like flames. Its color also varies from bluish-white to purple tinged. It is mostly associated with the sea. Sailors, especially from the Mediterranean region, often reported flames emanating from the masts, usually accompanying a thunderstorm. As the phenomenon was observed to be the most intense after a violent storm, and the flames never damaged the masts, many sailors regarded it as a sign from St. Erasmus. Historically, the phenomenon is widely documented by luminaries like Charles Darwin, Julius Caesar, and Pliny the Elder, to sailors and soldiers. It is also not restricted to a particular area, and has been cited by people from all over the world, including the Japanese, Russian, Welsh, and Filipinos. San Telmo, a mythical creature from Philippines, is also based on St. Elmo's fire, while the Greeks associated with fire. The Chinese, though, consider it as an omen from Tianfei, the goddess of sailors and seafarers. It is not just a historical phenomenon, though. St. Elmo's fire has been reported even recently on objects, such as electrical poles, aircraft wings, church spires, pipes, propellers, and lightning rods. A few people have also claimed to see it on cattle horns and blades of glass. The sightings increase when the atmosphere is highly charged, such as in the vicinity of tornadoes.
Radiant
Scientists
energy.
take on St. Elmo's fire scientifically. The phenomenon is known as a corona discharge. It is a type of electrical discharge caused by a difference in the electrical charges of the air and ground. During certain atmospheric conditions, such as in a storm, the air becomes ionized and can conduct electricity. The air, during a thunderstorm, can get charged up to 30,000 volts per centimeter of space. But a grounded object, such as the masts of a ship or church spires, have a similar electric potential to that of the ground, around 0 volts. This dramatic difference in electric potential can cause electrons to be pulled away from atoms in separate clusters. This process is what causes the air to glow and emit a hissing or cracking sound. It occurs on pointed objects because they have less surface area to discharge, and hence, will discharge at a lower voltage level. The color of the glow will depend on the gas oxygen emitting a blue glow and nitrogen a purplish glow. Nikola Tesla, the inventor of the Tesla coil, developed a plasma ball employing the same principle as St. Elmo's fire. Though developed for decoding the properties of electricity, it is mostly used as a novelty device in parties. Similar phenomena in nature. Many other phenomena in nature arise in similar conditions, and are similar to St. Elmo's fire. Here are a few of them. Lightning has many similarities to St. Elmo's fire. It occurs during storms due to electrical discharge, and is attracted to tall, pointed objects. But, it is different from the St. Elmo's fire, as it is a quick, fast blast of electrical charge, whereas St. Elmo's fire is a continuous glow, lasting for a few minutes. Ball lightning is a term given to luminescent, circular objects, which are said to be capable of exploding and moving through walls. They are also associated with storms, but are very unpredictable and infrequent, which also means that they are not scientifically proven or investigated till date. This beautiful phenomenon is observed in the auroral zone as a band of luminous, colorful light. It is caused due to the interaction between charged electrons from solar winds and the Earth's atmosphere. Transient luminous event. This is the term used for bright flashes in the upper atmosphere, which occur above the storm clouds after strong lightning strokes, and soar upwards. They come in many forms, and bear whimsical names like sprites, jets, elves, etc. To summarize, St. Elmo's fire is a blue or purple glow which can resemble a ball or flames. seen in conjunction with storms, requiring set atmospheric conditions to occur. It is pretty rare in nature, and was given divine interpretation in ancient times.
Right.
Pretty close to how I described it.
Yo.
But it would.
Hey, it's Jay.
They're saying,
Back to Plasma Channel. Throughout history, sailors witnessed some incredible phenomena out at sea. They were the first to see the giant squid, Yarkatoothis right here, which we now know is real. They made it through terrifying storms. And perhaps the most fascinating phenomenon of all was St. Elmo's fire.
All right.
A few sailors of the past wrote down spectacular first-hand accounts of this. Everything is in flames. The sky with lightning, the water with luminous particles, and even the very masts are pointed with a blue flame. That was Charles Darwin. Here's another example. The storm had ravaged through many a wind. Suddenly the masts lit a fire as an autumn ball. Purple lanterns lit, but no music played. Both these sailors are referencing St. Elmo's fire. Occurring in storms, it's a phenomenon where a ship's masts and support beams become engulfed in a hissing purple glow. It's really quite crazy. Sometimes this purple light forms the shape of a flame, gaining the term St. Elmo's fire.
Yep, all radiant energy.
Isn't that cool?
Yep, it's the play of static electricity and differing currents from the friction of the atmosphere against the earth.
Well, our Navy ships have stuff on them so that they don't have that. Well, I'm not sure what it is. It's maybe it's something in the paint they use on the hulls of the ship or something. But in old times, they would paint it with pitch, and for some reason, St. Elmo's fire would radiate. It would just crackle all over the hull of the ship on that pitch and everything, and then go up the masts and in those bright colors, purple and blue and even white and stuff,
Right.
It was just cool. I don't know if any movies or anything have ever portrayed it, but there you go. There's Tesla right there.
Yep. That's the first thing I was thinking about when they said it was on the masts, because that's how you collect radiant energy. You set a ground deep in the ground, as deep as you can get it, and you make a pole or use a tree or something like that, and you put a metallic point on the top of that, a ball, and a coil on top of that tree or that pole, and you run a wire down, set a gap for a spark arrestor kind of thing. Like if it gets hit by lightning, it'll go straight to the ground. But you run those lines off and you'll be able to pull energy.
Well, they found out that it interfered with their navigation instruments and stuff too. So that was whatever they did. They designed the ships so that they wouldn't have that happen. But the old sailing ships had it, the cutters and everything. They had those. They always, and it's not from lightning striking it. It's actually just the static electricity in the air. Yep. So you've got a lot of molecules that are excited and everything during a storm. You don't even have to have any lightning around to see St. Elmo's fire.
The Tires Canoes has a Viking ship.
He's going to build one, and I'm going to help him if he decides to go ahead with it. Because I don't have a body of water to sail a Viking ship around here.
Right. And we'll build it out of pallets.
Yeah. There you go. There's a resource we could build the Viking ship with. Railgun.
Right.
The Viking ship with a railgun. That'd be the shit right there.
Just
Oh,
fill the
man.
hole with capacitors and then, zap.
Yep. Yep. And Dimbula Blade Works will provide the projectiles. You get them to make some nice what is it, magnesium carbide or something like that.
For what?
Yeah, the projectiles out of the railgun.
It's usually like tungsten, isn't it?
I was thinking they were magnesium. I don't know. Might be depleted uranium for all I know.
Right. Who knows?
All I know is they said that the projectile from a railgun, if it hit a Russian ship, it would actually send that round through every single compartment on it and melt the metal right through it, like cut through it like butter from 200 miles away or more.
Right.
Which is amazing.
Yeah, that's some pretty cool shit. Yeah.
Because I know they got missiles on those ships. They sent them out 200 miles. I mean, right now. The thing of it is, one of the great things about the railguns is the munitions that you store is just a little projectile, so you don't have any explosive munitions on a ship. If you totally were relying on railguns, which they have other guns, railgun.
Right. Sorry about that.
Most of them have all kinds of other guns on the ships. They have a railgun and then it's supported by other munitions. But if you got a lathe, you could make a projectile on a lathe if it's a lathe that would cut tungsten or magnesium or something like that. I don't know how you would cut magnesium on a lathe. I really don't, without it igniting. Maybe they have to be cast or something and then polished or something. I don't know.
I don't know, but check this out. I found check this out. Dun, 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 dun.
There are people in California building them.
The electromagnetic railgun, which can shoot up to 100 nautical miles at Mach 7.5 and impacting the target at Mach 5, using only energy as its propellant. The high-velocity projectile will destroy land, sea, and air targets purely from its kinetic energy, rather than with conventional explosive warhead. So what is a railgun? Well, the EM railgun launcher is a long-range weapon that fires projectiles using electricity instead of chemical propellants like gunpowder. Magnetic fields created by high electrical currents accelerate a sliding metal conductor or armature between two rails to launch projectiles at 4,500 miles per hour. Basically, it shoots a big solid metal projectile at very high speeds at vast distances and does damage using kinetic energy, only using electricity to shoot. The railgun works by storing power for several seconds, generated from an external source, like a ship. After the weapon is charged with some 32 megajoules of energy, its capacitors send an electrical pulse down two long rails, one negatively charged and one positively charged, generating an electromagnetic field
that fires the projectile along the two rails at up to Mach 7. Using extreme speed, the warhead impacts with high kinetic energy, ripping a hole through whatever it was aimed at. The 25-pound projectile is a non-explosive bullet, like a big dart, inside an aluminium alloy casing, or sabot, that falls away after the projectile leaves the barrel. The greatest advantage of an EM railgun on a naval vessel over traditional explosive round weapons is the safety aspect, as no propellant is required to fire the projectile, and no explosive rounds are stored in the ship's magazine. Railguns have been around a long time in sci-fi TV shows and movies. The most recent I can think of is from the TV show The Expanse, where all the big military spaceships all use railguns, and in the 2009 movie Transformers 2, a naval vessel uses a railgun to shoot a transformer off the pyramid. But the EM railgun has two major complications. The weapon takes an enormous amount of power to fire, and it literally tears itself apart with use. The railgun has already been in development and testing for over a decade, with total cost exceeding $500 million. In its current form, the railgun simply requires too much power for widespread use. The problem is, the only ships that will be able to generate the gargantuan 25 megawatts of power required to fire the railgun are the Zumwalt-class destroyers, which will use Rolls-Royce turbine generators to produce as much as 78 megawatts of power for the ship. But only 3 of these technologically advanced warships will be produced. A bigger problem is that the railgun will shred its internal components to bits if it is fired enough. You can see parts of the rails themselves erupting from the weapon as plasma when it is fired. The projectile is leaving at incredibly high velocities, and it accelerates down the barrel. The contact between the sabot and the rails simply erodes the gun itself. The other short-term solution is to develop a railgun that uses less power. An EM railgun that can fire a projectile at 2,500 miles per hour instead of 4,600 miles per hour and hit a target at 50 nautical miles instead of 100 nautical miles would still be incredibly useful, especially if the Navy could mount the weapon on existing warships. A less powerful railgun still has all the advantages of being cheaper to fire and removing dangerous explosives from a ship. Anyway, that's the end of this video. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Now, there was other one here. It was a...
Yeah, there are other ones that are more powerful than that. They're still developing the railgun technology because it's a great idea on ships. That ship is the coolest ship, the Zumwalt.
Yeah. But they won't even show it here.
I've seen stuff about it. And it's just one of, I don't know how many others they're building. That first Zumwalt was just a prototype. There's my C-130.
Yeah, I was looking at that. That's that cannon carrier.
Yep.
That's
Spooky.
Yeah, that's an AC.
They call it Spooky.
That's a bad boy.
Yes, sir. They got them auto-loading now.
They got him what?
They've got auto-loading gunships like the Spooky right there.
Oh, yeah.
The first ones, they had to hand load all of them, but now they're auto-loading, so they could just do, I mean, it's like a flying tank. It's basically, it's a tank gun.
wow. Yeah, they're remotely operated though too.
Yep.
.40 caliber
Yep.
millimeter ammo.
Yeah, look what it's doing on the ground.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Requesting match sparkle, sir. That is your target. Request immediate prosecution. You are cleared to engage 40, 25, 105 as needed. Packs in the open. How copy?
Let me know.
And good impacts, good impacts. Continue to engage, continue to engage.
That would have been me on the radio.
Right now we're firing super slow because we're
Those are 105s.
Oh, yeah. That's why I worked as an FO. Because I was a radio guy and I was calling that shit in.
Hey, pilot, we're going to shut down Fest 2. It's got a lot of recalls. We're going to shut it down. Over 993.
Just a shower.
We have one target. One target?
rounds?
You got a lot of rounds. We got a lot of controllers.
Yeah, they still off to the west a little bit. I'm pretty comfortable, so.
Is that 105? Oh, yeah, that's the turrets.
Yeah, those are
defensive countermeasure.
They're just flares.
Yep.
If you look on the one side, you'll see the gun sticking out. They have to circle around their target.
Yeah. I'm fast forwarding because this is basically all repeating. But that's what it looked like when it's on.
See the gun? See the gun right there?
Yep. Big.
Look at that.
There's the 40 millimeter. And there's 105.
Yep.
Hell yeah. That's a bad boy. Cool stuff, man.
There's another. Oh wow, I'm getting a bad echo here.
Here we go. I'll be right back. It does it whenever I share a video. All right. Is that better? Oh,
well,
God.
Oh, God.
Now I hear the talk back from
you need me to pull out and get back in there?
Yeah, if you would. Otherwise, it's just crazy. But yeah, no, that's some cool stuff. I know, right? Yeah, trillions. Yeah, trillions. What? It's like 2.5 trillion into the military equipment and stuff like that. I know, right? Oh man, I tell you what, I was kind of hoping you were coming on, Canoe, because I'm beat. Pie is the answer. There he is. But yeah, there you go.
Good. I don't hear an echo.
Yeah.
There's another airplane that the Navy SEALs had built for them, and it came out of Brazil. It looks a lot like a P-51 Mustang, and I don't know if they've gone to this yet, but I saw it when it was first being tested. They were looking for an alternative to sending up Warthogs for close ground support, and it's called the Super Tucano. And I think the Army and the Air Force were both actually going to have them. They were going to put them on carriers, and it's a prop plane, and it's called the Super Tucano, and it's basically meant to take out snipers and whatever else, And these are really cool little planes. It's like the revival of the P-51 Mustang, kind of the way they look.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they were using them in the Amazon down in the rainforest and stuff like that for the drug runners. That's what they designed it for, and I think that's why it's called a Tucano, because it Tucano means from the toucan bird. And
okay.
Yeah, if you find it, you'll be pretty surprised at the armament that's on it. I think they might have 20 millimeter guns on them instead of the 40s. But it was for special forces and to give close ground support, so they can do a swath over an area with multiple planes and just fly in formation instead of just sending up one A-10 Warthog. And they say they're saving a lot of fuel because of the plane compared to the Warthog also.
Really?
Yeah, you might check it out. It's kind of a cool thing. They loaded them up with a lot of goodies for the Navy SEALs.
Right. I wonder whatever happened to the Harrier.
Still, I think they went to a tilt rotor. The Marine Corps did. They might still have some Harriers there.
Well, I know the Ospreys were supposed to replace them.
Ospreys, that's the one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember when they were making those. I was working security at a Bell Helicopters, and they had these magazines there. This was a long time ago in the 80s, and the Japanese were the first to buy into the idea of a smaller type of a rescue plane where they could land straight down or go straight up, and then they called it a tilt rotor plane, and then eventually it evolved into our Marine Ospreys.
The F-35s replacing them. Yeah, but the main mission capability of the Harrier is it could vertically land and take off.
Right. Oh yeah. See, the British are using smaller aircraft carriers that don't have long runways, and so they'll actually load up with a lot of tilt rotor style aircraft and things like that can take straight off, so that they don't have to have that big catapult system, which is run off of steam usually. It's usually from steam boilers. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why do I know this? The reason I know about this is I was working at one of the jobs I was in engineering up at the VA Medical Center, and worked with a lot of Navy SEALs and submariners and stuff up there that knew about boiler operations, that they're hired by the federal government to do this because they got experience in it.
I mean, there's not a lot of boiler plant operators around except for those guys that. Plus, the VA had a thing they were trying to hire people that were actually veterans because it is a veteran hospital. So that's kind of, yeah, I got a lot. I got a lot of friends that are veterans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we share a lot of information.
Of course.
In fact, I saw this engine, one of the engines that they use as a backup generator for the hospital, and this sucker, you cannot believe the size of it. It was probably more than 20 feet long, and I'm telling this guy, I said, I've never seen an engine that big, and he goes, "That's nothing. You got to see what they've got on some of our ships."
Right.
He says this will pale in comparison.
Right. Yeah, some of
The
those
engine-
ships that componentized engines, they can take off, a cylinder at a time.
Yep. These engines, I mean, and I'm pretty sure that all of this was designed by veterans up there. So,
oh yeah,
the floor itself is on a hydraulic suspended floor where the engine sits, and so that it doesn't shake the whole entire freaking building when it starts up. Because when it starts up, I mean, there's a whole lot of shaking going on.
Right. Yeah. Hell yeah.
I mean, you'll think you were having an earthquake. The floor is just like got these rubber gaskets and everything. Down under it, there's a hydraulic suspension system, kind of like you think of a little, small scale. You look at a screen door, the little hydraulic thing on a screen door on the back of a camper shell.
Right.
This is a great big massive thing. So the hydraulic system just keeps it helps to prevent the shaking. These are huge.
Impact.
Huh?
The impact on the floor.
Yeah. I mean, people that live in houses that are smaller than this thing.
When it absolutely positively has to be destroyed overnight.
Okay.
Hell yeah. There it is. Fire in the bowl. No goats. I'm sad.
Who's sad because there's no goats?
No goats.
What the hell? Canoes is slacking. He's being slacking.
He was the goat master. Was.
So if they got mule skinners out there in Missouri, I reckon they got goat skinners too.
I imagine they do. Yeah. I got a fly in here is bugging me.
Fly? Too early for flies.
We've had, today was up 72 degrees. We've got, yeah, the flies are waking up.
Hey, Crow Minion, how you doing?
Hey, Crow Minion, welcome in. There you go. Oh, man. Well, I'm going through some of these articles and stuff, trying to find something different. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a plane called the Tucano, and then there's the other one called the Super Tucano. The Super Tucano is the one that
they can really carry a lot of them on a carrier, you know, and they got a really nice long flight range, so they could reach down deep into Afghanistan or wherever they need to go and just take care of business.
Right.
Carry a decent weapons payload, fuel payload. Still, my favorite plane is still the A-10 Warthog, though.
Yeah, it's a bad boy.
The giant fart in the sky, flying tank.
You know, that thing's armored like a tank.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
They've had wings blow off, and that thing will still fly.
Right. Right.
They did. They did it. They pulled it off. They had a wing blow off and freaking still landed it. Still flew. And the whole crew was safe.
Right. Well, it's only a 2-man crew, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think they have a lot of people on that plane.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to watch the early A-10 Warthogs when they used them in Vietnam, and they'd drop those bombs that had all the freaking they'd blow open and all these flechettes, these devil's toothpicks would come out of it and just total big massive area in the jungles and just pierce anything that was there. So they had an abundance of these flechettes, and the Vietnamese got pissed, and they said they went to they complained that the Americans were literally nailing their people to the trees. They were like nails, and they would nail them to trees. That's what they were saying. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what the complaint was. We're like, screw you. We kept using them, but they go right through that jungle. Those flechettes do. So you could buy 12 gauge shotgun shells that are loaded with flechettes if you want. They're a real good bird round. They don't allow them for bird hunting anymore. They used to, because you didn't have to pick out all that bird shot, when you go duck hunting or whatever. So those flechettes are easy to find in the meat, and they're not lead. They got little fins on them. They're not nails. They've got little fins on them. They're like little freaking missiles.
Yeah. Well, that's so they don't have to spend.
So, but if you load, what?
Now, there's some of those that are actually semi-guided.
Yeah. I don't know about the flechettes, but the missile itself is. But
yeah.
You can still buy flechettes if you reload your own shotgun ammo. So there are guys that like them for home defense.
Wow.
I don't know if they have any armored piercing potential for a hard target, but they damn sure will go through a jungle.
Here's an article: Pandemic, a divine reset. God using it to train us how to live life better.
Yeah. Is that an article?
Yeah.
I believe that. Makes sense.
The apocalypse as an unveiling, which is actually what it means. The unveiling of the truth. What religion teaches us about the end times?
Well, I think Revelations is some really good reading, actually.
It is. It's a little hard to follow because the timelines are inset.
It almost, before I understood it, it seemed like a science fiction or something. It just seemed so out of, but it was neat to read. It was fun to read. But I understand it much better now, and we can see how it applies to what's going on right now. Same thing with the book of Daniel.
Right.
And I think the book of Daniel illuminates Revelations quite a bit too. It illuminates it, and it corresponds with Revelations. Because things in the Old Testament are not done away with. What they are is the Old Testament is like a type shadow of things to come. So these things, the things that are happening now, you can find in the Old Testament because they were a type shadow of what's going on now, which helps us to understand what's going on right now.
Right. And some believe this is the pale horse, the disease.
Jonathan Cahn, he understands the Old Testament really well, so he lays a lot of that out and what they mean today.
Yeah.
I'd never read his. What?
He's really good with that.
Yeah, and Perry Stone also. If anybody likes to watch Perry Stone, he does it. What? I'm trying to think of the word they call that. Eschatology. It's called eschatology, which explains a lot of things in their timelines of what they meant. That's what Perry Stone does. He doesn't do prophecy, but he actually teaches about the eschatology of what, whatever the discussion is, the biblical discussion. He explains it and brings a lot of things to light, helps you to understand it. I like Perry Stone. I think he's out there. He's in the Carolinas or something. I think he's out east, in the southeast somewhere.
I think this is a great revival, actually. Right. So, yeah. Yeah, this is it's just getting a bit weird. I'm checking a couple of these other sites looking for this stuff. Duterte orders police to shoot dead lockdown troublemakers.
You actually pronounced his name right. I always call him Duterte because I speak Spanish, but Duterte.
Duterte, yeah.
You said it right though. You said Duterte. That is how it's pronounced. It's one of the many languages of the Philippines.
Yeah, no, this doesn't.
It is getting cold here. I'm gonna have to go turn the furnace back on. I'm just sitting here in a t-shirt.
There's a New Jersey man, 100 years old, busted for breaking rules. People who survived the infection with the COVID-19 maybe passports so people know they've had it. And they're over it.
I'm still pulling slivers out.
Eating my chocolate bunny. Mm. What if the Supreme Court strikes down the Obamacare during the pandemic? Yeah. Wow. I don't know. I'm not seeing much of anything. Right, exactly. You ain't sticking a swab anywhere near me.
No, because once you get swabbed and everything, you go into a database.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you're recorded as having been tested for coronavirus, and it goes into a national database, whether you have it or not.
Right, exactly, Canoes. If they wouldn't have added that shit with stuff they added to the coronavirus bill, each American could have gotten $6,000 instead of $1,200.
And it actually wasn't a stimulus bill; it was a rescue bill.
Right.
And they wanted to make sure that people understood that it was not a stimulus bill. And freaking Pelosi decided she was going to treat it like a stimulus bill and still calls it one.
Yep.
She's such a bonehead.
She's evil. She don't give a shit about nobody but herself.
No, she wanted to burn us all. She didn't want us to have any of that money. In fact, she's still trying to get the money. I think she wants it for herself.
Yeah. They wants to give it to her pet project so she gets it back.
Yeah, so it'll filter back her way.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it is.
That's what they always pull that. They always pull that. The Democrats always do that. Well, it's not just the Democrats. It's all the scum up there in Washington.
Right.
It's your Romneys and all them too.
Yeah, he's in on it too, yeah. And Graham and McConnell.
Yeah, they always want to cut us something.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to all have forgotten who voted them in and who is responsible for putting them in their place. You know where they're at. You know,
She hasn't legitimately won an election for the last 10 years.
Pelosi?
Yeah. Our fraud machine is just solid. Mm-hmm.
Who was that talking trash? I'm trying to remember. Oh, Valerie Jarrett. Valerie Jarrett was on Twitter talking trash about the way Trump is dealing with the coronavirus and all this stuff. Man. And everybody probably knows who Valerie Jarrett was. She was an Obama appointee.
She's an Iranian operative.
She's an Iranian gargoyle.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a burn victim.
Right.
There's not enough plastic surgery in the world to fix that.
Oh, yeah. Somebody come in. Uh-huh. Hmm. Hey, there's Jack. What's
How
up?
you doing?
Get your bandwidth?
Got bandwidth now, so yeah. YouTube took all my videos down.
What for?
No notification. They're all there. They're just been all marked as unlisted and don't display and not for public display and all that sort of thing. So,
What the hell?
Gay Crow, how you doing? So yeah, just been in the middle of doing that, and I added another one, making that sword earlier last year, and the meteorite steel one. I'm doing another one, but I'll do it live stream the whole lot from getting the raw meteorites and turning them into a bar of steel and all the rest of it. Actually,
Yeah, I got
seen.
I almost
See
put
how
it up.
dark that got now?
Oh wow. Yeah, look how dark it is.
Crazy dark. So
The videos I seen that you made, Jack. The videos that I saw that you made.
Yeah.
They seem very benign. Like I can't understand any of your videos even coming close to violating guidelines.
Yeah, well, first I found out about it was Tracy told me about it this morning. Go in and check, and sure enough, there was only one video there, the test of the live stream that we did, the StreamYards, way back, 3 days before we first launched it with Ben.
Wow.
So, you know, we were playing crash test dummies then and all that sort of thing, see if we could take turns in it. Because that was the original conception, and that, you know, like Ben could run it for a few hours, somebody else could run it for another few hours, and we have all these little groups off there, and that you'd have one main censored thing, and then all the little group channels. So you might have a firearms channel and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, that sort of got killed off. But
yeah,
all that's smooth, not. Whoa, I'm glad it's got coke in with it. Hello?
It looks like dark rum.
Yeah, well, typically you're not supposed to age or colour poitín. You distill it, you put it in a neutral, clean keg, and put it away, age it a little bit, and then drink it. Well, good. Adjust it down to about 60-65%, because that's where you should be drinking poitín. Me, I take it. I like a nice smoky taste to it, a nice bit of colour, and that, you know, the caramels and all that sort of stuff you get out of a nice charred oak barrel. So
wow.
I've done it that way, but I didn't char it the second batch, and so I didn't have a fresh char and that. And when I normally took it out after 3 weeks, that's been in there 7 weeks now. So normally 3 weeks is to get it the colour. It's taken 7 weeks. I've actually left it too long now.
What does that do to
Now-
it? Does it heat up any?
Well, no. Bugger all. Just gives it a little bit of flavour. You lose some of your short protein chains out of it. They get soaked into the wood. The long ones don't get soaked in. But you'll get the esters out of the wood soaking out. So you've burnt the wood. You caramelise the wood. You'll get that smoky flavour out. You'll get that tannin, that charred tannin taste and all that sort of thing. And depending on the wood, that's why a lot of folks, for fine whiskies, they like to get oak, but Madeira barrels and Spanish wine barrels and all that sort of stuff. They clean them out, but it's still got that little bit of thing, and then they char over the top of it, and that makes some of the finest out there. Clove barrels was another common one. That's what Jamos does. Every drop of that thing goes through a clove barrel for a little while, and it's only in there for like a couple of hours, swing it around, all that sort of thing, put it back out and fill it up again.
Wow.
Very intensive job in that to get all these flavours into them. Fire in the box.
Sounds crafted.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is, and Jamo, everybody knows about their commercial stuff, and they make a fine line of stuff. Some of it will cost you $3,000 a bottle, and you've got to order 5 years in advance.
I got to order 5 years.
15 years already when they release it out for pre-order. It's probably been down for 10 or 15 years already.
Wow. Aaron calls fire in the bowl.
Yeah, just sorting through my selection. You think I'm running a major bar under the table here at the moment, but
right.
Well, I got a little bit of commercial. That's what I have been drinking. I bought that one. That's the colour the whiskey should be. That pale honey colour, not that super dark stuff. But I like the taste when it's that heavy dark. But I've not actually done it that dark before. But I like the taste. Sunday night, the borders are already closed, mate. They were closed last week. Tracy got caught by them, so she can't get over here. So, yeah, they did that last week, and she was due to come out here, leave there on the Wednesday. They shut it down on the Sunday beforehand. She would have been out here Friday.
Oh man, right.
And we had it all worked out. We were going to bring her straight home here and throw her in 14 days combined to barracks.
You might have an answer to this question I have for you.
Yeah.
Does grapefruit have quinine in it?
I believe it does, but it's not a huge amount. I believe it does. There's a whole list of stuff that's got quinine in it, because I went down with malaria, a version of malaria years ago. So I got fucking chloroquine I think I got 400 tablets here. And I've got the old quinine BP, bisulfate or whatever it is.
Did quinine help you?
Yeah, but it's been 30 years since I caught it. So the last time it actually played up was when I moved down here. The first onset of summer down here, I had the shakes and the sweats and that for a couple of days, and that's bad. It really wrecks the shit out of you for the first 10, 15 years. After that, it sort of backs off. Doesn't get you every year. Changes seasons. You get that bad cold or a flu and that, like you run yourself down, and that. I really was around right there about 2 or 3 occasions one winter, trying to pretend I was still young and youthful and that, and I was down on Bells Beach, and I was surfing the big stuff, 40-footers, and that, and I was getting cleaned up, as old farts do. Just too dumb to say no, and that. So for the whole week, I was down there riding at bells, and I had 3 big whacks the whole time. Took in a lot of water each time, all that sort of thing. Bounced off the reef once. Yeah, it wasn't a good week, but yeah, I got it out of my system.
Good. Hey, Grace.
But yeah, I think I retire now, and it outdid a whole pile of grommets and 20-year-olds and all that sort of thing. So that was good. That was good. I can retire with that.
So malaria stayed with you for years, huh?
Yeah, it's still got it now. Like I said, 42 years I've had it.
Oh wow.
42 years I've had black water fever. So pain in the ass, but especially for the first 15 years. But your body gets used to it, adapts. It doesn't. The bugs don't get a huge thing unless you get sick, you get down, all that sort of stuff. And then, even then, it's a change of season stuff.
I wonder if there's any kind of vaccine for malaria.
Not yet. Best thing you know is get rid of the malaria and mosquitoes. But they got rid of the DDT because they said it was making the eggshells thin. So that worked. Malaria dropped, like 99% of malaria cases dropped. Probably wasn't bad for some big birds. High end of the food chain that way. But yeah. Heck, they still can't find anything that made people sick with it.
I think that dengue fever, that was one of the coronaviruses too, wasn't it?
Yeah, dengue. Yep, it is the corona base, from what I understand.
Yeah, see, we got our own version over here. It's called Ross River fever, but it's another malarial type thing. That one knocks the shit out of you.
We got West Nile virus here.
Yeah, that's another malarial type thing. Same family. You get a bug that comes in your system and comes back on you every year for so often and all that sort of thing, and then it'll come back every second year or third year and as time goes on.
Kid who says he's got a can of DDT in the barn.
Stuff, man. That's what you should be killing your bugs with.
That is good stuff, yeah.
Well, look, it doesn't give people cancer. It doesn't do this. It's been around 70 years. They tested this thing. The only thing is maybe it makes some bird eggshells thin and all that sort of thing. Or it could have been the hydrofluoric acid that they used to fucking throw into avgas for commercial airlines to clean up the calcium buildup, crystalline buildup, and that from flying through whatever. Now, hydrofluoric acid. When in the old gold days over here in Australia, we've got photos and that, of the big nuggets and all that sort of thing. But they've also got photos of the bloke's fingers who used to clean up the hydrofluoric. It would dissolve the quartz and leave the beautiful gold inside of it, and they make jewellery out of it. And that, when they got long strands of natural gold and all that sort of thing, and it was native gold, beautiful, all that sort of stuff, worth a pretty penny, and that cost the blokes. It would dissolve the bones inside their hand, dissolve their fingernails because that had calcium in it. In there, the rest of the skin would just be leached and all that sort of thing. It'd be like, but the knuckles, the hard cartilage, that'd be still in there. So it'd be like shaking hands with a rubber glove full of water, and that with lumps in it. And there was
Is that the same as hydrofluoric acid, or are they the same thing?
Hydrofluoric. Fluorescent.
Okay, so
there's an extra compound added onto it that's
our
I think
Prozac.
they use the drain cleaner over there and cleaning out wells and all that sort of thing, because it cleans out the calcium, but it also cleans out iron buildup and all that sort of stuff, and that's why they use fluorescent.
Well, it's also fluoride, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
they say it's fluoride, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
fluoride's
so
a good compound.
yeah. Well, it also calcifies your pineal gland.
Yep.
Which is,
Yep.
is why
It
everything
dissolves and deposits calcium. And that's what fluoride does. Breaks it all down.
That's why Hillary doesn't want to eat your pineal gland, is because it's been calcified.
Yeah, no, she likes them young.
Before they get infected, right?
Hey, I got hit on again by me 79-year-old lady friend down the road again this morning.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, she's going to throw me on a gopher. That's those little scooter carts, you know, the electric buggies the old girls get on. And then she said, "You're going to throw you on this and take you home with me, and then get you to fix my blinds."
Right.
I got back from, I had to go out and fix a tractor slasher this morning. Just the blokes for the council on the side of the road, and it got jammed up and all that sort of thing, and they couldn't do anything.
I think she does it just to make you blush. Jack.
She's just she's a good old girl.
Right.
No, it's a good joke and all that sort of thing. I've seen her out and about and all that sort of thing, and that trying to cart stuff home and that on a little scooter, and that you pull over and just throw it in the back of the truck and that. All right, I'll meet you at your place, because she won't get off the scooter. She can walk everywhere, and she just likes getting around on a little scooter. She can't see for shit anymore and that to drive. That's why she likes the scooter. So she used to drive everywhere. There's another old dear in town here. I wish she would get a scooter and that. She's speed, foot to the floor and stop.
Right. That one go, that one stop.
Yeah. She got this little automatic car and that, and you put it in reverse and that, and you hear this. Quiet little street, backs out, angle parking, comes roaring out, ends up doing probably 35 mile an hour before she stops. And then she's off again, and she's doing 50, and then before she's 100 yards up the street, she's doing 50 mile an hour.
Right. That's great.
And we keep on, hey, it's 50 kilometers an hour, not mile an hour. It's like 50 kilometers is like 30 mile an hour. No. And the copper just sees her and that, shakes his head and just looks the other way.
Right. Well, you know, I seem to have been in front of this curve. Things that get sold out. It's like, it's almost kind of feels kind of weird, because it's like they're watching me. And then whenever I stock up, it's like, remember when I bought the seeds, and then all of a sudden there was seeds. You know, I went and bought chickens, and now I can't find any chickens. You know, or rabbits.
Yep. That's why it's gone. Everybody's prepping. Everybody's become a prepper all of a sudden. I used to laugh at me. Fucking for 30 years I've been getting laughed at. Now they're saying, "Oh, how are you handling all the troubles?" I'm going, "What troubles?" And I'm fucking shipping fucking medical masks to the US. Because I got a shitload here. I got two PR2s, not P2s, PR2s.
Right.
They just shipped off to Tracy and that, and her sister, so she can go out and about down there and that, because she doesn't want to catch anything. She doesn't want to catch the regular cold and that, just in case that goes against her and that, for getting across
right
in the fucking door. But she's still got to run around and look after her sister and do all the shopping for her sister, because her sister's an invalid. At the moment, she's just had surgery on her foot, so she can't get around. Getting over infection in the surgery and all that sort of thing. So she's going to the wound clinic.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Is it getting cooler over there, Jack?
Oh yeah. This morning it was chilly.
Yeah, I noticed you're wearing a plaid shirt there. I like your shirt.
Yeah, well, it's I wear these quilted. Get them in Kmart in Canada. Thankfully, I got a sister up there. But, Tracy's
You still have
good.
Kmart? Do you still have
We
Kmart there?
Kmart over here, but we bought it off Kmart USA years ago.
Okay.
Remember when Kmart was going bad in about 97, 98?
Yeah, when Martha Stewart got busted.
And all that sort of thing. Yeah, well, Coles Australia partnered up with a private investor over here. They sold out of owning a chain about 10 years before. And the guy said, I'm bored as fuck. And so yeah, Kmart looks a good operation. It just needs to be done proper. So everything's done. They have the Kmart principle and all that sort of thing, but they're totally separate from the US operation. They didn't go to the transgender toilets or anything like they did over there, or Target did over there. We've got Target over here. Target's also being bought out separate from the US over here. So we don't do
That's owned by France.
Target.
Target. Target.
Yeah, we get shopping at Target.
Right.
We're really stupid.
But yeah, I found that out about 8 years ago that they were owned. They're actually owned by France, and they will not contribute to the military veterans and stuff like that. They won't have anything to do with it.
Target over here is wholly 100% owned concern. Again, same investor, and but this time it's West Farmers, one of the big agricultural groups threw into them. Elders, you know who Elders are? Big agricultural mob. They bought Elders.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's money in wheat, especially if you're feeding places like China and Russia.
Right. Well, that's all under the ADM thumb. Just like Pillsbury.
It's all under ANZUS and that because you guys get to carry it. You see how
You
it
have
all
Taco
works.
Bell?
No. Oh, actually, we do have 3. They came over here. Shit, when did they come over here? Again, in the mid-90s and launched. And it didn't go so well and all that sort of thing. So we've still got 3 of them over here, but they're all in jihadi areas. So, like, they've gone halal with everything.
Right.
So,
Taco Bell. I can't imagine a Taco Bell.
Well, the guy who was their first franchise holder refuses to fucking give up. Oh, yeah. And he says they're going to come back one day. They're going to come back one day. And he's got his kids into it and all that sort of thing. So they made a big investment. But the only way they can survive, because they set up in the Bankstown area and over the changed in the 90s, and we imported a shitload of folks, supposedly all Lebanese, but a lot of them ended up Palestinians. Oh, yeah. So that's the hardcore. All the terrorism acts around here, the raids in Sydney and all that sort of stuff, the drive-by shootings, Bankstown, Greenacre, all out that way. So it sucks. But, hey, we do have Costco over here. We've got 3 Costcos over here now. There's one in Sydney, one in Melbourne, and one in Perth. You get to buy it on the train. And then I'll visit one day. But apparently they won't let me in unless I remember.
Right.
I got a Costco card.
I was just thinking about restaurants, and I was thinking, well, what about Outback Steakhouse?
No. That's owned by 2 French and 1 Israeli lawyers.
Oh, really? Yeah.
They used to be the lawyers for what's the big pig? A hog? No, not pig. Hog. Hog's Breath Cafes.
Oh, really?
Right, yeah. So that was 2 or 3 folks come together and a couple of guys who worked out a system, chefs who worked out a system and that and a menu and all that sort of stuff, but partnered up with existing frozen food and all that sort of stuff. But they also had these 18-hour slow cooked steaks and all that sort of stuff. So that was fine. One of the big investors in that married a very smart lady Chinese lawyer, a quarter of his age, who suddenly got 5 inches on a bus line about 6 months after they got married. And they live in just up the street from a friend of mine in Sydney, so I know them quite well. I've actually met the couple and all that sort of thing. They're regulars down there at the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. They're the folks who do the Sydney to Hobart yacht race every year. But yeah, so there's big money involved, but they sacked the lawyers. She and her little team took over all the legal stuff. These guys got pissed, went out and started their own franchise called Off That, and it's going great guns.
Oh wow.
They teamed up with a couple of chefs that they knew and all that sort of thing. And, yeah. But all those sort of places are shut down now. Actually, I got a takeout last night. We got a $20 for a 6-pack and a burger deal down at the local pub. You got to support the locals.
Oh really?
Yeah. You were talking about portobello mushrooms, so I had the 1.5-inch beef burger with portobello mushrooms, Gruyere, and Swiss. So you got the Swiss and the nuttiness of the Gruyere on top of the portobello mushroom, with gravy instead of ketchup, and that with a mixture of Swiss chard, rocket, onion, and shredded carrot, and a nice balsamic dressing for the salad on the burger, and a brioche bun. So $20, $26 for the burger and a 6-pack.
Well, it's $26.
Yeah. Well, a 6-pack over here costs you $18 by itself.
Oh shit!
Easy.
They're selling 18 packs. 18 packs. I seen a sign on the way home today. They're selling 18 packs for like $13.
24 cans over here, and that, if you can get change out of $50, you're doing well.
Oh wow!
You get them for $44.95, and that on sale. And that at regular price, especially out here in the bush. And the tax goes by the alcohol content. So I was actually looking. The local folks, they're licensed and that brewers and all that sort of thing to make the poitín, but to put it out there at 65%, we couldn't afford to sell it because the tax on the fucking thing.
Right.
65% here in Australia, that'd be $100 a bottle.
Oh my god!
To make, if we do the same thing at 40%, and that can comply to all the regs and all that sort of thing, it'd be $29 to $33 a bottle. So that's no dramas at 40%. But as soon as you take that over that 40% line, the tax doubles and keeps on going up.
Wow.
65%, because that's how they tax alcohol here, by the alcohol content.
Wow.
And look, you're the same over there. Most of your booze, your JD and all that sort of thing is 40 or 37%, right? Yeah, because that's where your tax line is. You go above that, and then look how much Everclear costs you.
Oh well.
And there's nothing to it. It's straight out of the thing, stuck in a bottle and shipped. There's no storage like in Scotch or whiskey or rum or rye. You know,
right.
Not for 7 or 8 years. It comes out there, you stick it in the bottle, put a cap on it, put a label on it, and ship the fucking thing. And some poor wino's drinking it tomorrow. And that with his orange Kool-Aid, and makes himself up a thing. And that his Everclear is his week's supply.
Right. His Hawaiian Punch and his Everclear.
Everclear, It'd be banned over here and that because of all the Aboriginals would get on it. All the winos
really?
would all be dead.
Dead. Yeah. Yep. The one person I know drunk himself to death. Young guy. He was about 20, and he grabbed a bottle of Everclear and said goodbye. And then we found him under a tank
Well,
out in front of the battalion headquarters.
In the early days, and that just after my wife passed away, still looking after the kids. I was had a second job. I was bouncing up at the cross and a bouncer in a nightclub. But I knew this place called Barron's just down the street. It was just a chill out pad and a bar on every floor, and you just rent a room by the hour, and they can buy your drinks and all that sort of thing, and you can do whatever. And they closed the door. It was all good, and a lot of the bands and all that sort of thing get up there. But on a Saturday night, I used to regularly have a room for myself, and then after I finished work, and so we're up there chilling out and all that sort of thing. And hey, look, we know you don't mind sharing rooms, so that's just you in there. With some folks, sort of VIPs, and that come in, and the old Bon Scott, and it became a regular fucking habit when they come to Sydney. We'd sit down there and we'd drink a couple of fucking bottles of scotch together, and he'd do a show, and that's how he'd chill out afterwards. We were doing the same thing, and then one day I read on the news that he choked. I'd never known him to throw. Maybe on the third bottle.
Maybe the third bottle, right? Yeah, because I bought alcohol, though. I didn't realize that the tax thing was like that.
That's why this mid strength and light is so popular. You know, they're trying to get people to change the drinking culture over here in Australia.
Right.
Heck, we had this stupid thing and that over here, and that 6 o'clock swill, they'd close the pubs at 6 o'clock. So blokes would fill the bar up at that 5 o'clock and that, and, you know, get as many beers into them as possible, to get them home and that, because some idiot trying to rule over the top of everybody. You know, he's a good churchy guy and all that sort of thing, a nice idea, but you can't throw your ideals onto top of everybody else. You know, that's draconianism, and that's not faith. That's not Christianity.
Right. And those people, yeah, man.
Well, I've recently had 3 days off the grog myself, and I just threw, and there was plenty here. There's 6 gallons down the back, and I've just started another mash now. So there'll be another 6 gallons in a week and a half. So might be a gallon down by then. There is, I'm in stride.
Well, you know what? I'm a true believer in do what makes you feel good. Do what you feel,
No, see, I'm a self-control freak. I like a good buzz and that, but after years of giving myself a good buzz, and I mean like a decent buzz used to take a bottle.
Right. I had to explain to my cousin, I don't like getting high. He goes, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Well, I don't like getting out of my mind to get out of control." You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, this is why I prefer pot and booze, and that, even the pills the doctor was giving us.
Correct.
Man, that stuff gets in your head, and you start hearing voices and all that weird shit going on, and creating impulses and all that. It takes a firm thing to just sit in your chair and just not listen to anything going around and not do anything stupid or nasty or fucking weird. So, especially when you're on it for a long time and then you stop. Darvon, the little pink fucking Darvon fucking tablets. Veterans Affairs just were piling them into me, and then all of a sudden told me one day you can't have them anymore. Fucking see you later. I was crawling the walls for fucking 3.5 weeks. I locked myself in.
There was a lot of suicides over that here.
Oh,
They were using Darvocets.
I was watching a bloody Mitsubishi ad, and I fucking thing was starting to tell me to I was worthless and all that sort of thing. I wasn't as good as this guy on the TV, and I fucking where's all this coming from? I knew what the ad was. If you're trying to success, they're selling their top of the line Mitsubishi or Pajero, I think it was in the day. You deserve luxury and all that sort of stuff. And all that. I think it was the first Mitsubishi with leather seats. Probably faux leather, no Mitsubishi. But yeah, I knew the ad wasn't saying that, but like that's what I was hearing.
Right.
That was coming off Darwin. Then that Tri stuff, which is a mixture of Omnipom, oxycodone, and Valium, and that stuff, just sent you sideways. I took that for 2 weeks. I said, no, doc, I can't do this anymore. What the stuff is.
Yeah, well, they stuck me in a machine before they had fluoroscopes. They had this machine, and they, where you take the barium and then you get in the machine and it does all that thing. Well, this thing didn't even have a cover on it. I was like, what the hell is this? Oh, it's an experimental machine. It allows us to see inside you without radiation. I'm like, okay, you want to make me believe that? There wasn't a cover on the stuff, and it was like took up half the room, and the seat was a chair like you see in the nightmare movies about how they torture people, and like Captain American shit. You know what I'm saying?
To tie me into.
And I was like, are you kidding me? Then they wanted me to eat this pink powder shit, which was the barium.
Oh,
and I'm like, yeah, I was like, oh my God, it's horrible. You couldn't drink anything with it either until you got everything in. Then you could take a drink and get it down into your. Basically, it was horrible.
Yeah,
it was a fucking experiment. And I was like, yeah, they didn't even give a shit about the problem I had. They told me to go home.
Yeah. Fucking don't you love money-based medical?
Yeah, we're just monkeys. They didn't even give a shit about the problem I had. At the time, I was having severe stress. This is before I had my heart attacks. I was having problems sleeping. I couldn't sleep at night. I would sleep no more than about 2 hours at a time. I just couldn't get a REM sleep and turn around and, I was stressed out really bad and I didn't know why. And I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on with me. And these bastards, I was having blood showing my stool, and I was like, they didn't give a shit about me. They just wanted me to sit in this fucking machine and experiment on me.
Yeah. I'm sorry that just regarding the chat, sorry to hear your travels there, Grace. How's he doing nowadays? I know he's in a wheelchair, like you said, but how's his brain injury coming along? Because I've got quite a few friends with brain injuries. One of them, guy who joined up with me and got his graduation from School of Infantry bonus, and used a deposit and bought a little 250cc pocket rocket motorcycle, two-stroke. I think it was screaming, 200 mile an hour on these things, no problem. Hit a patch of gravel, came off, big brain injury. He was right off it, straight out of the army, of course, and all that sort of thing. And everybody wrote him off for about 10 years until his mum found somebody who worked with him and all that sort of thing. Guy's now working at a grain filler place. They relocated. They put everything into this, and they really did, because they left it 10 years too long. But he's come good, and he's got a job now. He's walking. He's sort of talking. You can understand him and all that sort of thing. There is still a lot of damage done. But yeah. but yeah, people can come back and live functional lives, and that's what they were worried about because they were worried, what do we do when we get old? Can't look after him, and he's a big kid too, 6'4".
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
18 stone. Yeah, he's a good solid boy. Always was. But
Well,
with the injury, he got a little bit podgy with it too, so he's a bit hard to monitor.
right.
But every time he sees me in it, because we all come down from there and that, and I got family in Sydney at the time. My mother and father had moved away from the bush. They were down in Sydney, so where he was in hospital, I called him up, and they told me he liked mangoes. So every time I went there, I took mangoes. So every time he sees me, he calls me mangoes.
Mango Jack.
Just mangoes. And that, yeah, mangoes.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's all good. He knows who I am.
Oh wow, Grace. Yeah. You didn't know he was. Yeah.
Well, prayers to you from here there, darling. It's tough to look after folks, I know. But yeah. No, that's good. Yeah, people come back. People come back. Maybe not 100% and all that sort of thing, but enough to function and all that sort of thing. Just takes time and effort. If anybody just writes people off, don't fucking listen to that arsehole. Just do it.
Well, it's about time for fire in the bowl. So
I reckon you could be right.
yeah.
Hey, I got some new papers the other day too. A very nice Italian chef made him a knife a couple of months back. He said he'd be over, and he's actually stuck traveling around Australia. He can't get back home now. So
wow.
in a caravan park in South Australia, and that's as far as he got. He's fishing every day.
Yeah. There you go. That's life.
Uncle Bubba's often decent.
Been doing really well. I'm really proud of him. Actually,
I never seen any dramas with him.
not so. Yeah.
I don't know him from the old days when everybody called him Froggy and that and all that sort of thing. But yeah, no, I get no dramas with bloody Mr. Bubba.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all. That's all we can ask is that people just be respectful of one another. You know, eventually they get it or they don't. You know.
I'm past worrying about it.
I know. Well, like I said, Jack. Pie is the answer.
Yeah, 3.141579 8463529. Where did I get up to?
347 in there somewhere. Right. Right now, that's what I'm just saying.
We need Canadian and they'll hit the bloody thing again, trying to figure it out. It's real easy, and that if you remember where you are, radio. Number 1 is this, number 2 is that, number 3, and you can just remember it to the 100th place, and that because it was a scam for getting into Mensa. Radio to remember pi to work out pi to 100 places, or you work it out, and there was a guy who published a formula for working it all out, and I used to know it. It's cheap. It's actually
I knew it up to. I think I knew it up to like 25 or 30. But
Oh,
I
Jesus Christ,
gave
I
up
just
on it after that. It was ridiculous. I was like, okay. And people stop listening to you after you say 10 points, 10 digits after the point anyway. So they really
Nah, you'd be surprised how many bastards are out there with a fucking 20 fucking thing out calculator or that and trying to trip you up. That's what the world is nowadays. They're all online working it out, and that pi to the 50th decimal place, you know, and they're all out there and that and quoting you. It's true. I've done it.
Hey, battery.
Here comes battery. How you doing, mate?
Clocking out.
Yeah. When you get home tonight, you email my ass, dimballerbladeworks@gmail.com and that, and send me your address.
Okay, hold on. I have no way to remember that.
All right. Well, it's been in the chat a couple of times, and that it's on my YouTube channel.
Right.
Oh my God, I got no Facebook or shit like that.
Yeah. All right.
You're not supposed to be up there chasing pussy their battery.
Oh, it's a friend of mine.
Yeah,
Always
we
shoots me
know.
every night. Where you at? There he is.
I gotta shut up here. Crikey, I can't believe I'm getting that wasted off the bloody. This is the first solid day of drinking the poitín, so yeah, it's hitting hard. What you doing there, mate?
He's chasing
pussy in the bushes again.
Looking for love in all the wrong places.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
The battery is picture.
Was that all right? Turn your love around. He is a tally man, tally me banana. Uh-oh. It's in the car.
Car? I'll grab the car.
We're living vicariously through battery addiction, going back and forth to work.
We are?
Yeah, because we've been, he comes on during his breaks, right?
I just want to keep up with the program.
Right. Well, he comes on during his breaks, and we get to listen to the Spanish and the Hispanic people talk in the background, right?
Oh,
yeah. No. They were Hispanic.
Not very often. We have some from El Salvador.
Well, yeah, South American Hispanic. Yeah.
That's actually North American.
Yep.
Is it?
Yep,
Technically, it's north of Panama.
South America's on the South American continent. On that little chain in between is part of North America.
Oh, I did find relief
South
in
America.
helping others.
Stop.
They call it Central America. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not a continent.
No. It's part of the North American continent. And that, but they call it Central America, yes. But it's on the.
But most of the people here. Most of the people
what's
here.
The name of that? The Atlas people?
Huh?
What's the name of the Atlas people? And I don't mean Copco.
Don't know.
I have no idea.
They have like an 800 number that you can phone them up and they'll answer any map-related question that you have if you're in the US. How's that? And they've been doing that for 50-something years.
Wow.
Night, Grace.
Encyclopedia, folks. Funkin' Wagnall. That's it. Wagnall. And they also do the big atlases.
Good night, Grace. Sweet dreams. God bless you, keep you, and see you soon. Don't be such a stranger.
There, Grace.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not being rude. I have a real quick one here, but I'm going to duck off in it and phone Tracy time and then pack up here and all the rest of it.
Based coronavirus vaccine.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna crash too. I'm gonna go ahead and bring her down because I'm getting up in the morning and get back to work. Even if it's inside, because I've got all
I
my
gotta work
electric.
tomorrow.
You got to work again tomorrow?
Yep.
Oh wow! So they got you working not every other day now?
I don't know what's going on because they had day shift working today also. But
Oh
I guess we're
wow!
back to our normal schedule.
Oh wow! So
I don't know about if smoking either tobacco or pot or whatever that kills corona or that. There is a thing going on at the moment. Nicotine and an extract from nicotine. It's a shit. I just read the bloody thing yesterday. It's a delta sub off the nicotine molecule that they can get out there, and they use that to treat SARS and Ebola. And they've been trialling it with the coronavirus and getting very good results, but it's BAT that owns it, so it's going to be
Well, good night,
cheap.
canoes on the moon.
So
you awesome, awesome. So it exists in weed and marijuana
no, in tobacco.
and tobacco.
Yeah, BAT bought a small research company, and that when the SARS thing came out and the Ebola stuff was going on, and to trial that because tobacco was a homeopathic treatment for Ebola and these other hemorrhagic agents for centuries in Africa.
Wow! I remember seeing a movie one time where they had released a biological agent, and the people that smoked cigarettes didn't get sick.
One of the best drawing agents for snake venom is actually chewing tobacco.
Chewing tobacco, yeah. Yep, I do know that.
Yep. So it kills it on contact, and that so neutralizes the thing on contact. Not only does it draw it out, but you don't end up with this toxic weight. It's all neutralized, breaks it down. Something about nicotine destroys complex. That's why it's so bad for people. It breaks down complex chemicals. So only the simple stuff in your body, all the stuff that you're supposed to have run around super complex stuff. Nicotine's killing.
Yeah.
That's why it's not good for you. So I got my herbal choke my ass to pretend cigarettes and that to mix with my pipe. And that's all I got now. And I won't even have that after 45. I might have a little bit more.
I was going to ask how you doing with that.
I forgot. I had two plants in pots here, and I thought, well, I'm past my numbers here, and that's I'm actually breaking the law now. I can have them. I can have 4 here. That's fine, but I actually had 6 plants here for a while. And so I took them for a drive in the desert, and I took a friend with me, and he went for a drive out there, and they're doing rather well apparently. So I better go out there and have a look. Right. So, and there's no chance of anybody else spotting them because they're like 60 foot up in the air.
Oh wow!
They're up in the trees.
Up in the tree.
Yeah, wide whole basket up into the upper branches of a tree.
Oh wow! That's a great idea. It just looks like a parasite in the tree. Yeah.
So that's the whole idea. It's the same color as one of the local parasites.
Right.
You can't even see it. But where the crown gets out and everything's splitting and leaning over, this is just up there and going straight out the top of it. You'd have to be that far away from it and look through your binos to see it.
Nice.
Okay, Mr. Canoes. You take care, man.
Dream well, Patriot. Thank you for all you do. Hope you're feeling better.
Good night,
Clear
canoes from the
fluids.
moon.
Canoes, clear fluids. Take a long hot bath. I know how you like your bubble bath. Go take a long hot bubble bath.
Nothing but sometimes on the bubble bath, but bathtub.
George Stephanopoulos' wife's got coronavirus.
Seriously, you sweat during the day and all that sort of thing. Working for
Actually, COVID-19.
The woohoo flu.
Kung flu.
Kung flu.
The Chi-Com flu.
Right. I know, right? Right.
Let's not be.
It didn't happen in Taiwan, so yeah.
Let's not join in with the mainstream medias and that who were working for their silent masters. Let's call it what it is: Chi-Com flu.
I hear reporters asking a question about the Chinese coronavirus. They say that, but Trump says that it's racist.
That's backwards, isn't it?
Reporters say it all the time. Man, no problem.
Okay.
I saw 3 reporters do that in one press conference.
Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
And all who
they're 6 feet apart.
What are you talking about, Battery?
The reporters at the press conference were 6 feet apart, so there wasn't very many there.
Right.
3 of them mentioned, in their questions, Chinese coronavirus. But all they caught on the news media was Trump calls it a Chinese virus.
Yeah,
it's
well,
racist.
Hey, look, does anybody remember the Tasmanian flu?
No.
I think all the people in Tasmania should get compensation and reparations and that because it came off a fishing boat that was out of San Francisco called the Tasmania. And these guys dropped into the Pacific Islands, Hawaii, and then on the trip back, got back there, and it went through San Francisco and all that sort of stuff. So what, 1920s, everybody thought it was going to be another Spanish flu and all that sort of stuff. But it came off the boat to Tasmania, they'd never been to Australia.
A lot of people I work with are from an island chain close to Australia.
I find
Indonesia?
No,
it's Marshall Islands.
Yeah, Marshalls. Well, that's close. Yeah, the Solomons. Marshalls and the Solomons. Whereabout in the Marshalls?
Various locations. It's more than one person. Oh, earlier I said we had an Australian exchange student.
Yep.
And in the wintertime, he would wear shorts and a t-shirt.
Yep.
Well, he got mono. Spring comes around. He goes down to Costa Rica for spring break.
Yeah.
And as soon as he gets off the plane, he gets malaria.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, thanks, Huckleberry.
I just went.
He's from Warrnambool.
Yep, from Warrnambool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I do the markets down there on occasion.
He'd be there selling, buying cheap.
Well, if he's selling them cheap, and that I'd be looking for another lamb when Tracy gets here. I got enough to last me until she does, and that. But I got a pretty good deal up the road though. I'm paying $90 to $120 depending on the weight. For
His
a
name
lamb.
is Scott Harlock.
A lamb. Wow. Yeah.
Cool.
Owns two sheep stations.
Cool. Yeah, well, there's a shitload down Warrnambool way, especially just in there, up near Croydon and all that sort of thing. Croydon's all shit, all potatoes.
I worked with a National Guard pilot, flew Hueys. He raised sheep here.
Yeah.
And he had a shipping tanker or whatever they call it, full of sheep. $3 million worth of sheep.
Yeah, road train.
Sucker sank off the Oregon coast.
Oh, on a boat, on a live export. Fuck that.
Bubba's looking for mental floss.
They were from Australia.
Bubba, if I meant a mate of mine has suggested this thing called mental floss. Another name for it is a string micro bikini and a good-looking bird. You get one of them and dress them up in there. That's what he calls
mental
floss.
You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. That'll blow your mind.
Well, he's got the girlie for it and has had for a lot of years. She was an ex, you know what a Gold Coast meter maid is? They're girlies that go around, they're big busty girlies that go around in bikinis and that and putting, if you've got out of state plates, they'll put a coin in your parking meter along the Gold Coast strip there to look after tourism. Oh, yeah. And he actually married one, but he was 48 and she was 19. And that's been the thing. But they've been married now. She's now 50 something, and that, yeah, and yeah, I'd like to see her in that micro string bikini again. And that was only a couple of years ago. I said it last time. I can't help it there, Huck. It's like, seriously, she's damn good looking. Can't take that away from her.
She's gonna bring out the pigs again.
Mental floss. Cleans his brains out. So it lets you know what's important in life.
That's right, you know.
Well, he'd been single all his life. He'd worked hard. His first business was a dry cleaners. Then ended up with 4 or 5 dry cleaner shops. Sold that off to a big national chain and that, and they sold them all off to franchises. Everybody made money out of the deal, except the poor bastards working in them. Then he went into fast food and did that. Then he went into luxury yacht rentals and all that sort of thing. Made a mozza on that, sold out that just in time. The following year, big cyclone came through, wiped out the fleet. But he had his cash and all that sort of stuff. The guy's good at making money. He works hard at it though. And his girlie, just to remind him, he gets home at 10 o'clock. She's wearing the string bikini saying you should have been here earlier. Dinner was I threw it out at 8 o'clock.
Oh shit!
Hey Wiz, this sound like a good deal. 118 650 batteries for 50 cents a piece.
Who was talking about crotches? I was talking about
Where?
Battery hookup.
Send me a link, for God's sakes. I can't get anything out of them. Seriously, I've been looking them up and trying to get into a site.
They come in a battery pack, so you have to take the pack apart.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
And they have modem batteries. You can buy them, but probably about 15 to 30% are going to be bad.
Oh, really?
But some of the people that left comments said that 90% of them were good. So one person said they were all good.
9. Oh, really? But so at least 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 of them are good.
It's a shot in the dark.
Right. There's no guarantee on them either, is there?
No, they actually do a quick test on the packs themselves. They don't do it on the individual batteries inside.
Hey, look, Wiz, you got to suss out a link that threw in the.
Yeah, it was about the tobacco thing. Yeah, I got it bookmarked. I was going to check it out later.
Oh, all right. So
Thank you.
once you bring it up now, so I'll get going. I got to call a girlie. You all have a good day. Catch you all later.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
See you later, Jack.
Bye.
Thanks for coming up, Jack.
I'm also going to get these battery boxes. They're for, it says they're 3S7P, but there's no wiring. They have 2 terminals on the top, so you just solder to it, whatever configuration you want to put in there. So I can make some 12-volt batteries, or I can make some 24-volt. Depending on how I put them in there. They look like little lead acid batteries, but they're empty. Are you there?
Yeah. They're just empty?
Yeah. They're $5 each for the boxes, and they come with the holders for the batteries.
Oh, for the brick? To make the brick?
Yeah, they're 3x7.
Okay.
And I can fit 4 of those batteries in my big box. My big portable box.
Big portable box, right?
I'd rather get prismatics, but do what I can. Prismatics
All
are
right.
expensive.
Huckleberry, you taking off? All right. Well, yeah, I'm getting ready to close her down too. It's
Good night, Huckleberry.
Yeah. Good night, Huckleberry. Sweet dreams. Dream well, Patriot.
I started looking at those yesterday. I saw the boxes. Like, now I could probably do something with that.
Yeah.
And, I'm gonna get these instead of that big box of 18650s. I'm gonna buy the 36-volt Ryobi batteries for $30.
Oh, really?
They're massive. I think there's 30 batteries in there, 30 cells.
And how much are they costing you?
30.
$30 a piece?
Yep. For the whole pack.
And they've got 30 batteries in them.
I think so.
But it
That's a
has
little more expensive.
Yeah, I was going to say that's $1 a piece.
They're LGs.
And those are really, really good?
Yeah.
Okay.
The top brands are LG, Panasonic, Sanyo.
Well, I was really hoping to find a deal for getting a large amount of them. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but the way I'm looking at this thing, it's going to cost, what am I going to get out? How many amps per battery are there? 1.5?
Now, I found some that you could save some money if you buy them in bulk because you don't want to buy 2 different orders that are small. They're called Ultrafire, but they're Chinese Ultrafires. So it said 3,000 milliamp hours on it, on each one of the cells. I got 21. 2,100. Yeah. But they were all the same. And the resistance was the same. That's why I say if you're going to buy those, try and save some money that way, you want to get a large amount. That way they're balanced when you put them together.
Well, I'm thinking.
Go ahead.
That
battery pack that I I was having a problem with. I put a new BMS on it. That BMS got, not the BMS, but the two of the cells swelled up. So I stopped, unplugged everything. And then I started testing the individual cells. The two that swelled up show good voltage. The others show millivolts. And they look fine. So I'm thinking the whole pack is trash.
Oh, wow. They still under warranty?
There's no warranty. They're used. But battery hookup stands behind them. I had one that I found 2 holes in it. And they sent me another one. No cost.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm still I'm still of the idea I'm going to try and figure out how to build a battery. And I'm not talking about with the cells.
It's not hard to build one. Once I figured out, once I screwed up the first one.
Well, I'm talking about I'm not going to get cells and put one together. I'm going to build the battery, an energy storage device.
You're going to manufacture batteries?
Well, I've been looking at some of this capacitor stuff.
Okay. You want to use batteries in conjunction with the capacitors.
Well,
capacitors are short term.
If you build enough capacitor banks to sequence the system at the right frequency, you ain't got to worry about that.
You'd have to use a lot more capacitors.
Well, if you can build them.
What Tesla's going to do in their cars is they're going to use the capacitors to make the batteries lighter and more capacitor.
Yeah.
But they're still going to use batteries.
Only as a filtering, only as a supply, as a,
yes.
but well, not necessarily as all the energy stored in the capacitors.
I can buy me a little 12-volt battery, smaller than a golf cart battery, and I can build the super capacitor battery and hook that little battery up to it. It'll always be charged.
Yeah. Once it fills,
it charges to whatever the battery's rated at.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's only like a regulator. It's like when you put a 24-volt incandescent in a circuit, it rates that circuit as 24-volt in DC. You know about that, right? It regulates the circuit. Okay. Well, that's why they use the LEDs in the circuits.
When you test a circuit, you want to try it with hook up a bulb to it.
Correct. You want to test it with an LED. Tink. I know.
I watch these videos too.
Yeah. Right. And I've got enough components to build about 70, maybe 75 air circuits, if you know what those are. I've got 100 foot of 3/4 inch copper tubing. I have a mylar ball, about 10-inch diameter. Yep. I'm going to build me a radiant energy antenna. All I need is a capacitor bank because I can charge that son of a bitch with any voltage I want. I'll even set it on a selector so I can go 12, 24, 48.
You ever watch Hobotech?
No, I haven't. No.
He likes to test batteries and solar charging systems. And, they send him the stuff to try out. Well, he had a video yesterday, this little tiny thing that he said was a generator. But it had some super technology in it. It's a hydro generator. You just fill it with water and it starts producing energy. And much more than the gigawatts that you need to start to work the time machine. And then at the end of it, he said, April Fools.
April Fools. Right. I know. That's yeah. I can
He
see a bunch
made
of
it sound so believable. Like, oh, that can't be. That's the perfect source.
right. I've built a flux capacitor.
That was built a long time ago.
But yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna bring her down. Thank you all for all you do and coming out, hanging out with us. Thank you, Battery, and
I
everybody for
wish I
coming
was on
on.
earlier.
Yeah, I know. I just can't. I can't hang. I'm out. I'm completely out. I'm just about to fall asleep. I'm just.
I watched your rototilling video
Oh yeah.
today. Yeah. And
Yeah.
you were talking about your shed building workshop. You showed the rafters on the video.
Oh yeah. That's the mill. Yeah. 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 That's the mill. Right now I'm working on the on armored garden. I'm gonna stop calling it a greenhouse. It ain't gonna be a greenhouse till it gets closer to fall. But we're gonna make an armored garden so we can get some of our food in the damn garden. We have to protect it from the squirrels and the coons and the possums and the dogs and all the critters, all of them, squirrels, birds. We got hawks that fly around here, the wingspan the
Packages
size
for
of a
me?
car. Do I?
I got a package. I don't know what's in it. That's for me.
Oh, cool.
Love it when I get a package. It's usually some electronic stuff that I ordered.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless you. Dream well, Patriots. You can dream well because we are winning. Okay. So I'll see you tomorrow. God bless you.